Why are you dodging Undead Chronic? Oh, well, let's see if I'm dodging Undead Chronic here.
So this is like the disconnect. But after he called me out for not saying up anything publicly, I sent that tweet in the morning, and all day he was talking shit. He won't respond to me. He's dodging. It's like, dude, you live on Twitter. I know you see a notification.
Let's see. Here's the tweet. Set this up publicly and give me a day and a topic. Undead Chronic's response is, okay, I'll get back to you.
Come on, bitch. Come on, bitch. So there's this meme. Haters never call in. I think it's going to happen, though. I think I wounded his pride. I think he was like, what do you want to debate me about? I was like, what can I say that's short, succinct, and make the cuck boy angry? I said, oh, no. Stepdads are cuckolds.
Here's what's going to happen in that debate. Just so you know. I'll just call it before we ever do the debate. Spurg. You're a stepdad. Stepdads are cucks. Spurg. That's going to be the entirety of the debate.
He's like, is this the hill you want to die on? I'm like, please, Andrew Wilson, come on this stream that your little bitch moderator, I don't want to call her bitch, I don't know her, female moderator is setting up Sunday, 5 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, and tell all the men who look up to you because you could tell whores are stupid, tell them that it's based to marry a single mother. Do it.
We'll let him get it off his chest.
And good evening, everyone. I am Sarah, the Raging Tomato, here bringing to you live the debate between Andrew Wilson and Undead Chronic. Our topic this evening is Stepdads Are Cuckolds. I didn't make it up. I just host it. I'm here pulling scraps from the bottom of the barrel, so here we are live. For clarification purposes, I reached out to both of these gentlemen. I saw that there was some spattle going between the two of them. So I decided to see if they wanted to do this, and I decided to host it. So here we are. I do have two big rules of engagement for this evening, and I want to make sure I clarify them. I'm well aware we have two very big personalities, two very big voices on one screen. One rule I have is you can yell and cuss at each other all you want. The only thing I ask is you don't do it over each other. If I have to intervene, it's going to be because the audience cannot hear anything that either of you are saying. That will be the one and only time I will intervene in terms of that concept. The other rule I have is that I recognize this is a personal lifestyle attack. No big deal. I understand it. However, one thing that I won't allow on screen is attacking children. Children are to be left completely out of this or any form of doxing of any sort. It's a big no-no, not only on YouTube, but in my personal principles as well. If we attack children, I just remove from the screen, take my ball and go home, and we call it a day. That's going to be how that is. We are going to start with 4-minute openings and end on 4-minute closings. Undead Chronic will have the first opening statement since he is the challenger, and then Andrew will close us first. This debate will go no later than 6:40 as far as the arguments are concerned. Then we will close it down and end on closing statements. And then I will go into super chats, read and respond. Undead Chronic and Andrew Wilson are both welcome to stay and answer to those. I will not be hosting any form of open panel after this event. However, if you are doing a live after party reaction stream, please feel free to check in with our mods. They're happy to drop your links at the end of the show, and we're happy to redirect in that aspect. Gentlemen, do you agree with everything being said this evening? Andrew, to you?
Yeah, I agree.
Undead Chronic, to you?
If the kids are 18, can I bring them up or no?
No kids at all. No kids at all.
Adults.
And what
no family members.
No family members. I will say Rachel is kind of since she is in the public light. I think that would be kind of.
She's a public figure. She's trying to attack.
But as far as any additional family members, now, if you're smart enough, you can speak in abstract and get through this argument and make points outside of that. But however, bringing up people personally, actual names or any specific.
I don't even know the names. Don't worry about that.
That would be great. I think you can do this in abstract or in a generalization and get through the argument respectfully and actually make your points. I think you can do it.
Just jump on me early if I'm crossing that line, okay?
Just stay out of the personal realm. That's all I ask.
Okay.
Do you agree to all of that?
I sure.
Okay. Any final questions, gentlemen?
No?
All right. Undead Chronic, I leave it to you to open.
Cool. There is a mountain. It's called Cuck Mountain. He who sits at the top of Cuck Mountain is Mr. Jack Murphy. Actual cuckolds. People who watch their wives engage in sexual activities with other people. Why is cucking bad? Why do men not like to be cucked? Because you're giving up access to your sexual resources to other men, right? There are levels of cucking. Everybody here listening is a cuck if you pay taxes to the federal government, right? Unfortunately, we all get cucked that way because your money gets sent to single mothers and their bastard kids through welfare, through whatever it is. I would argue that a man who marries a single mother is higher on Cuck Mountain than someone who says, I want to have my own children and spend all my resources on my own children. That's pretty much it.
Okay. I put the floor to Andrew.
That's it? That's all you wanted to do there? Okay.
Am I supposed to respond or?
No, I was just making sure.
No, yeah, pretty much.
So, as expected, I think that this is just going to be a kind of routine hater debate. I actually rather enjoy these more than any other type because my haters really don't know very much about me at all and basically just make assumptions or reuse old attacks, which have already been addressed 100 times. The fact they get so much wrong obviously amuses me, but the attacks usually center around my wife, kids. It doesn't really have anything to do with what I say, but rather who I chose to marry and have kids with.
Mm-hmm.
The topic of this debate is going to be centered around, of course, is being a stepfather cuckoldry. Now, a person can create any definition of the word cuckoldry they like. I think that we just saw Undead Chronic do that, for instance. But it does need to point to a category, and that category should contain information which is coherent. The etymology of the word cuckold comes from Middle English cuckweld, from Old French cuckwalt, from the cuckoo bird. The equivalent words in French and other languages apply to both the bird and the adulterer. Cuckold has never been applied to the bird in the English language, for instance, and that's where some of the nebulousness of the term comes from. Shakespeare and other playwriters popularized the term because all rights in the name were paralineal, from father to son, so peasants, nobles, monarchs alike had a very real fear of being cuckolded, which meant their wife would cheat, and they'd end up raising and siring a child not their own unknowingly. Thus, if ever later revealed, it could topple entire noble lines, and in the past, that actually has happened. The word has evolved to include men who want to watch other men have sex with their significant other. He mentioned Jack Murphy. I think that's a good example. Wife, girlfriend, whatever. But this has only been a recent inclusion as a pornographic category, and it describes essentially the same behavior, just in the style of fetish, where now the man is fetishizing not knowing if the child is his or not. This is by far the most common use of the word in modernity, what most people mean when they say it. The theme crossover with the etymology makes perfect sense because in both cases, the meaning is defaulting to not knowing if your offspring is actually yours. A stepfather or mother, on the other hand, doesn't fit that criteria, as paternity isn't what is in question. Joseph, the husband of Mary, for instance, was stepfather to Jesus Christ. If we were to use Undead Chronic's definition here, or use any of the word cuckold the way he says it, we would have to blaspheme and say God cuckolded Joseph, which makes zero sense, as in that sense, then, every man on planet Earth would be a cuckold by this logic, as the thing which makes us is created by the divine God, and it's called the soul. Also, there are further logical issues if we extrapolate this. To adopt also would be cuckoldry, as adoption and step-parenting is essentially the same concept. In fact, in the days of old, to be married to a woman with children was to adopt those children. The basic idea is that offspring which aren't yours, you are willing to provide resources for and love them. Rendering aid to any child, in fact, would be cuckoldry, as a sharing of your resources with a child would be exactly what a cuck or cuckold is doing by being a step-parent. But there's actually more. If a woman has children who are adults and no longer live with her, is the stepfather still a cuckold? He isn't sharing any resources at all, for instance. What about if a woman pays all the bills and takes care of all the responsibilities and not the man? Would he still be a cuckold? If the issue is that his meaning of the word is that a cuckold is a man who sleeps with a woman who has children from another man, that also presents logical issues. For instance, what if she's a widow? Is he still a cuckold? What if the woman was pregnant with multiple babies but aborted them all? Is he still a cuckold? If the answer to any of these is yes, the logical extension is that just sleeping with a woman who has slept with any other man but you makes you a cuckold, which would likely include most of my audience and his. Also, what if she gave another dude a blowjob before you were with her? Is that still cuckoldry? I'm interested in a good faith debate on this, though I don't think I'll get one. I'm still going to try to, though. Ultimately, it was pretty clear to me that Undead doesn't really know very much about me or my content and rather defers to what other people say, which I think he should know better than to do. I never had any actual issues with the guy, but he seems to have some with me. My guess is that this will basically just be kind of a personal insult, character attack, and we won't really get into the topic very much. With that, my opening is done.
All right, the floor is open, gentlemen.
So if a man watches another man impregnate his wife and willingly raises the kid, he knows the kid isn't his. Is he not a cuckold?
Yeah, he would be if he's getting enjoyment or entertainment from watching another man impregnate his wife, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so adoption. That's a very interesting point.
Well, hang on. Can we stay on the first point?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, what were you say?
So to start with that, you wouldn't disagree with me that a man who would get enjoyment, and not just their wife, girlfriend, whatever, from watching another man have sex with their significant other, whoever that was, would be a cuckold, right?
Yeah, that's probably the peak. That's the,
well, I think that's
definition of cuckold.
Yeah, would you agree with me that if you were to ask, maybe walk down the street and ask 1,000 people what cuckold meant, that would be the meaning most of them thought it meant?
Probably, yes.
Yeah, okay. All right, yeah, we can go to topic 2.
Yeah, so for adoption, you're giving resources to another man's child.
Yep.
Yeah, it's probably somewhere on Cuck Mountain. I don't see it as bad as marrying a single mother, willingly giving your
Now
resources.
I do have an audio clip here of you saying that you would be willing to adopt.
Yeah, well, that kind of changes. That's in flux.
But if you would be willing to adopt, are you then admitting that you would be willing to be a cuckold?
Well, I have to pay taxes, so I'm forced to be a cuckold on that.
Yeah, matter. But even if we're going to use a tier, so let me kind of reject a couple categories. I would say that forced coercion wouldn't make you a cuckold. So, for instance, if like men broke into your house on Undead Chronic and they were like holding your wife, and they held you right at gunpoint, and then they did things to your wife in front of you, I don't think that would make you a cuckold because that was coercion and force. I think that there has to be like a some type of participation in the watching and viewing, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So I don't think that taxes, for instance, if you're making the statement that that's done under coercion, which I'm sure you would, I don't think that would make a person a cuckold, right?
But if a man gets cucked and doesn't know about it, he didn't consent to it, and he's raising another man's kids, he's still cucked.
Yeah, well, I think that's the etymology of the word. I would agree with you. So if your wife stepped out, got pregnant, and then you unknowingly raised that kid, I would agree that that's cuckoldry. Yes. So I would agree that that's the baseline etymology, and that watching another man have sex with your girl on purpose would also fit that etymology.
So I don't think consent really affects whether someone's getting cucked.
Well, I think that consent is the whole basis for it. Because you're not consenting to raise the kid that isn't yours. You don't know it. So otherwise you would retract consent if you did know. That was the whole point. Like that was the whole point, right? So if a king had like a queen and she decided to like fuck the bard and she got pregnant by the bard and then she had the kid, he unknowingly raised that kid, he would be cuckolded, right? So, but if he had known, he would retract consent.
But today we have cuckolds who consent.
Yeah. So I think that's the pornographic, like the pornographic idea of it, and the porn industry coined that term. And yeah, I would agree that fits the etymology of the word because they're fetishizing that happening to them.
So I do think that people can get cucked with or without their consent. Like I'm getting cucked. I don't want to be cucked by paying taxes, but I'm getting cucked.
Yeah, but why? If it's done through coercion, I don't understand that. That's like saying, so like for instance, if a woman were to be, SA'd, for instance, you wouldn't hold that against her. Like, there was nothing she did right. She was just like jogging down the street and that happened to her. You wouldn't say that that's a sex partner, right? You would say that that was like this horrible thing that happened without her consent, right?
Sure, but it was still a sexual activity.
Yeah, I wouldn't disagree that there was sex involved in it. I'm just saying that I think that what makes that the SA is the consent, and I think that would be the same thing with cuckoldry. That both types are based around consent, either consent to watch the woman do this, or no consent to raising the other child.
Yeah, so there's levels to the cuck mountain, and consent is not really. You can't say I didn't consent, I didn't get cucked. You can't say I consent, I didn't get cucked. Consent doesn't really determine whether or not you're getting cucked.
Well, I think if you were to instance, if you were to find out that or you had wanted your wife to screw another guy and get pregnant, that wouldn't fit the idea of cuckoldry. At least not the base word of cuckoldry, because the whole idea there is I did not consent to this and you made a cuckold out of me, right? I'm now raising a child that is not mine, and I assumed that it was. I think it's the consent issue that is the big issue.
Yeah, I'd still call him a cuck. I still think that fits the spirit of the word. Now, we got these old definitions. You got new definitions. You have, it was this. Here's some birds. I think most men would agree letting your wife get pregnant willingly from another dude is some cuck shit.
Yeah, I agree. I wouldn't disagree with that.
Okay. So when I did my opening statement, you said there was a lot of similar arguments, attacks, haterade, whatever it was, and I don't know you. I don't know you. Where was I wrong? Because I don't want to be wrong if I say you married a single mother and that was true.
No, that's true. That's true. I did marry a single mother. I'm not sure how that relates to cuckoldry, unless if all you're saying here is that all of us are cucks to some degree, and I'm just in some kind of higher tier of cuck than you are, even though you're also a cuck. Then I mean, it just doesn't seem like it's that it's an argument with merit, really.
Well, I'm trying to say that higher level cucks shouldn't be telling young men how to live their lives.
Well, I don't tell anybody how to live their life. You
don't preach. You don't. No.
I have no ministry whatsoever.
Oh, well, that's an attack. Okay. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
What do you do mostly besides, because I've only seen you attacking hookers online.
Oh, from whatever?
Yeah. That's
like whatever clips. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I go on whatever. That started a few months ago. I go on anytime they ask me to guest on there. And sometimes we have interesting conversations and sometimes debates break out. Occasionally they're theological in nature, but like my rule is not to ever give advice. Even though people DM me for it all the time, I literally tell them I don't give advice. It's a bad idea to give people advice because I don't know anybody's personal situation. And I feel like I could actually give somebody the wrong advice and it would lead them the wrong way. And then I would be to blame for that.
Yeah, that's a tricky situation. I mean, I'll give advice, but it's stuff like no hymen, no diamond. Don't marry a single mother. Go to the gym. Very basic stuff.
That's all good advice.
Yeah, but if someone will call in and be like, yo, Chronic, I got this girl. We've been dating for 5 years. I love her. But she has a body count of 3. Should I, no hymen, no diamond, yeet out of there? It's like, look, bro, that's your life, man. I'm not going to tell you to do that. I'm saying this is what.
So, I mean, but doesn't that kind of get to a lot of the core of the issue, too, which is every single situation is going to be different. And while I agree with you, that probably a woman who is chaste and who is a virgin would probably be optimal for most men. There's less baggage. There's less all kinds of things. But, these guys who are in their 30s or in their 40s, they all have different situations. And not every woman who's a single mom is a bad person, though I will admit that the rate of women who become single moms on purpose has now caused significant problems in regards to feminism. But like every situation is going to be different. So it's very difficult even for you to kind of broad brush it any more than me. That's why you probably take it on a situation by situation basis.
Yeah, I think when it comes to a single mother, I would always say no. But people.
What if she was a widow?
No, because there's a woman out there without kids.
Yeah, that's true. But like, what if the guy? Like modern women. What I learned from whatever going on there so much is that modern women fucking suck, and it doesn't necessarily matter.
And I agree with you.
Yeah, like it doesn't really even seem to matter. They have kids, they don't have kids, this and that. Like they're all kind of entitled, obnoxious brats for the most part. Very very ungrateful brats. And the thing is like, I'm not so sure that even advising, even if the woman has no kids, she probably had 4 abortions, right? It's like, I don't. It's hard to give anybody advice. The dating market's completely fucked. I wouldn't even know what to do with it. Like, if I was one of these pickup artists, I'd probably just give up, dude.
Oh, yeah. So a funny thing, you DM me. You said something like, the date got canceled, and you said debate. Yeah. I thought of the pickup artists I beefed with in the past. These dudes would legit sell a spot for a StreamYard date. And some supporter would get on the StreamYard, and they'd have a date with some probably OnlyFans girl for like 30 minutes. And then the next 2 hours would be 4 pickup artists like ripping the guy apart on how he didn't hold frame. And so when you said that, because I know you didn't do it, but that was some funny shit in my mind.
Yeah, well, I've seen, I've actually debated with a lot of pickup artists, debated with Destiny, Matt Dillahunty, a lot of the bigger debate names. I only actually go on whatever occasionally, but I mostly do debates with high-level personalities. Those are obviously a lot more fun to do. Like, for instance, the way I found out about you was when you were kind of just going at Hunter Avalon, which I thought was fucking hilarious, right? Oh. I was the one who broke that story. I broke that story on the Hunter Avalon thing. I was the one that his wife was doing this with all these dudes. Yeah.
Yeah, that was gross. Yeah, Kingston emailed me, but I was like, I'm not sure if this is legit and or legal. So I let it sit in my email box. Then he made the video the next day.
Yeah. Yep. That was fucking wild. But go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. Did you see Hunter Avalon on Twitter begging for donations to get shared custody?
Yeah, I did. I tweeted about it. It's like, because it was really funny. He had this tweet. They went out with he had done a debate with Fuentes, and he was like, I'm over here living the trad life, right? And so I put that tweet up side by side with his I need money for custody.
It's so bad. Well, part of me wants to feel bad for him, but just how he's acted over the years, I'd like to see it. I'd like to see leftist cuckolds. Well, he got cucked, but he's not a willing cuck. I like to see leftists get destroyed by the family court in public.
Yeah, well, the thing is, though, is maybe I have different motivations for that. I'd prefer to see them come over to our side. So the leftists, they're not stupid, right? They're just misguided. And I think when shit like that happens and they suddenly have to engage in the real world and real world consequences, they begin to move away from that more into the right wing sphere.
Okay.
Could I interrupt, gentlemen? I feel like you guys should be cracking a beer open and just barbecuing or something. This has turned into like a nice conversation. You found a lot of agreement points.
Well, a lot of people, when they get invited to a debate or discussion, they'll watch some of my content, because my content, like when I'm streaming or I'm making response videos, very caustic, very toxic. But when someone's willing to have a conversation with me, I'm not going to just call them a goddamn cuckold and laugh at it. I still think marrying a single mother makes someone more of a cuckold than not. But it's like, what are we going to do? Am I going to repeat my arguments 5 times? He's going to do it, and then I'm going to get angry and call him a cuck boy. Then that's not really productive in my mind.
Yeah, I would still say, though, the problem, if you have a word which alludes to this idea of cuckoldry, and it just means basically anybody doing anything to you that you just don't want them to do to you, then that just basically makes everybody on planet Earth a cuckold.
Yeah, well, I like to use cucketry. Would I call you a cuckold? No. Would I say you marrying a single mother is engaging in cucketry? Yes, I would.
But if I was getting taxed, that would be cucketry.
Oh yeah, well, it's a different level of cucketry, right? We're all getting cucked by the government.
Yeah, but I mean, how do we ascertain what the levels here are? Isn't she just kind of using intuition for this? Like,
pretty much, yeah.
I feel like this is more cuckoldry. This is why when I use etymology, I'm trying to look at the root of the word, and I'm trying to discern what category it goes in. So every word's going to point to a meaning and a category. So if we use the word, we're pointing to the meaning and the category. It seems like it's very much sexual and is very much related to offspring. But if we just kind of take that etymology away and say just anything anybody ever does against your will is cucketry, then I think that we've just lost what the word meaning is.
Yeah, I think calling someone a cuck or saying they are engaging in cucketry is not the same as saying they're a cuckold. Cuckold I like to reserve for, the Murphys.
Okay, so let me make sure I got it right then. So cuckold, we would agree, is going to be like Jack Murphy. He's a cuckold. Yes. And we would agree like a king who raised a prince that the bard had actually sired and there was no paternity test. That would be a cuckold too. So we have those two things would be cuckolds.
Yes, but it's when it comes to what's worse, it's like cucketry is like temperature. Everything has a temperature. Okay, it's a scale. Just because I say, this table has a temperature of 72 degrees, doesn't mean that ice doesn't also have a temperature.
Yeah, I agree with that.
It's more of like I see cucketry as more of a scale.
It seems to me like it's just two categories. We're talking about two different categories. So when we say cuckold, we're both agreeing on what that category is. And then when we say cucketry, your definition of cucketry is basically anything which is done to you, the person, that you didn't want done to you. That would be.
I would say it's any transfer of resources from a man to another man's offspring. That's what I would say.
So okay. So really though, because if let's say you're a soldier in a foreign war and you give a kid a candy bar, that's cucketry then.
Yeah, that's a good point. Let me think of a better, because there's a sexual nature of it, right?
Yeah, I think there has to be. I think there has to be. Donating to some food aid, or donating for shoes to some homeless kid. That's obviously not cucketry, right? So if you were to go back to old Roman Empire when they let kids die of exposure, and you rolled out, if you had a time machine and you went back and you saved that kid from dying, you wouldn't call that cucketry, right?
No, but I would say if you married a woman with a bunch of kids and you raised those kids and you spent your life's energy raising those kids instead of having more of your own kids, that's cucketry.
What if you did both?
Both as in raising someone, marrying and raising someone else's kids and donating?
And you had your own.
And had your own? Then you're less, I'd say you're less cucked than someone that didn't have any of their own. But compared to the version of you that had all your own children, you're more cucked than that version is. Okay,
so when we're talking about cucketry, then we can at least exclude some categories. So just providing resources for kids that aren't yours isn't going to fall into that category because that wouldn't make sense. Yeah, a soldier giving a candy bar to a kid in a war zone is not going to be. We're not going to consider that cucketry at all.
Yeah, I would say if it's not at the expense of your own children or future children, yes, it's not cucketry.
Okay, so then the widow argument would stand. So then if a widow died and her children died, let's say before you met her, there would be no allocation of resources, so that could not be cucketry.
So what are you doing with this widow? Because she's dead. Just necrophilia?
No. She's the widow.
Okay, there's a widow, and her kids had died.
Yeah,
and
kids had died and her husband died, yeah.
Oh, and the kids? Well, then you're not transferring any resources to her kids because you're dead.
So that's not cucketry.
I'd say it's not overt cucketry. I think anything worse than anything that's not no hymen, no diamond on some level is a little bit cuckish. Yes, I think that is. But it's not you're a cuck because you married a widow. I wouldn't.
Yeah. So even sleeping with a woman who slept with a man before you, you're still a cuck?
If you're giving her money and providing for her, it's worse than no hymen, no diamond.
So the only way, essentially, somebody would not be practicing cucketry is if they married a virgin.
Yeah, I'd say that. But you're still getting taxed. But willingly participating, willingly doing everything you can.
But you're willingly marrying a chick who has slept with 7 guys in her lifetime.
That's some seasoning of cuck flakes on top. Yeah.
So that's cucketry.
Yeah,
and Joseph. By that logic, though, Joseph, who is the stepfather of God, would be a cuck.
Sure.
You are. I think you're a Christian, right?
Yeah, but I'm not attacking Joseph for being a cuckold. He consented to raising the father of God, and I'm not comparing people who marry single mothers to a dude whose wife gave birth to a Messiah. Yeah,
Yeah, but he didn't know. He didn't know that was the Messiah first. So she came from a convent, and was betrothed to him and was pregnant before she knew that was the Messiah.
Didn't an angel tell him it was going to be the?
Yeah, but he had already known she was pregnant by that time.
Yeah, sure, I'd say that.
So you think he's a cuck?
He's higher on the mountain of cucketry than a man who didn't consent, or the man who didn't have to raise this immaculate conception.
Yeah. So I mean, again, I think that we just have to category error. So I think we agree on the first category of what a cuckold is, and I think that the second category is this word you came up with of cucketry, which essentially just kind of alludes to anything in which a man is utilizing resources, as you described, towards other people's children. But there's then caveats to that where, okay, not in a war zone though, or not if you like find them on the ground and there's no parents around, even though you'd be raising the kid then, not for adoption. So it's not really clear to me what the criteria for cucketry is. It's a fun word, right? Like I'm going to use it now. I'm going to totally steal it from you and use it. Yeah, I'm stealing it and I'm using it because it's a fun word. But I'm not clear. I'm still not really clear everything that would go in that category is all.
Do you think any of your children are the Messiah?
No.
Probably not. Yeah, I would say no. You willingly chose a woman with other man's kids to marry and have kids with and give resources to raise those kids.
Yeah, that's true.
That is a much higher level of cucketry than a man who was told by an angel that his wife is pregnant with the Messiah.
Yeah, and I get it, but it's still just going to fit under this criteria of cucketry. Whether there's different levels of it. Like I would say there's different levels of SA. You can say there's different levels of SA. There's like penetrative, non-penetrative, some which are likely far more horrible than others, this type of thing. But it's all going to fall under the same category. And I'm just not clear everything that would fall under this category of cucketry. So if you say, okay, stepfathers are going to fall under that. Okay, why? Well, because you're giving resources to someone else's kids. Like, okay, but I can give you many, many examples of people giving resources to other people's kids where that doesn't fall under cucketry. And you kind of agree with that.
If the resources that you give away do not inhibit the resources that can go to your own children. So you said a lollipop in the war, right?
Yeah, but I mean that still could. I mean, like if you give to a children's charity, you know what I mean. That's going to take away resource from your own kids.
Yeah, if your kids can't afford, new shoes, and you're donating to give shoes to inner city kids, you are a cuckold. Yes.
That's cucketry too. Well, what if you can't afford it for them and you have a little bit left over, but they're not going to get the nicest shoes, and then you're going to split those resources. And ordinarily they could have nicer shoes, but you split the resources and then give that to children's charity. Is that still cucketry?
Are we talking like what kind of shoes are we talking about? Are your kids like using water bottles?
No. They have like regular serviceable shoes, but they're not really high grade, and you could get them high grade. It's just that you choose to get them kind of normal shoes and then split it, or you choose to get them like maybe not the nicest toys around and then split it and then give the rest of it to like a children's charity.
I would say that children's charity, the resources you give to them, there's definitely other parts in your child's life that could benefit from those resources besides shoes. Okay,
well then let me ask you this. I understand that you work in the medical field, and I'm guessing that you have tons and tons of patients who come in who you take care of, who have forms of state assistance, Medicaid, Medicare, things like that, right?
Yeah. Let's say I'm not directly involved with the patient care, but sure.
Okay, so you're not like providing the surgeries and this kind of thing, but if you were, well, I don't know. I'm making an assumption. Right?
No, that's fine.
I don't know. You can, but anyway, so you're providing this care by the state paying you to do that. Doesn't that make any of those children you provide the care for cuckolds by you? Aren't you basically cucking them?
I'm cucking the kids by providing medical services to them. Is that what you said?
Yeah, because it's coming from the state.
I think the people, which is everybody, paying taxes to fund Medicare and Medicaid are getting cucked because illegals will go into the hospital and get basically free health care. I'm just profiting off of the cucketry system.
So you're participating in the cucketry system.
Yeah, I mean, everybody, you pay taxes, you participate.
Yeah, I mean, I tend to agree. I'm trying to figure out all of the kind of dimensions to what cockatry would entail.
Mhm.
So if a person were to take their wife to the hospital, let's say,
Yes.
or I'm sorry, let's make it even easier. Take their kid to the hospital, and then says, okay, can you provide care for this kid? And then he pays you to provide care for the kid.
Yes.
Is he that's not cuckatry?
I'm getting paid for a service.
Yeah, no, but
If my job is to, let's say my job is to remove wasp stingers from kids, and I'm getting paid to do that.
Now, another guy is sitting in the ER, and he looks over and says, oh man, that sucks. I'm going to pay that kid's bill. He's a cuck?
Yeah, you pay taxes. Yeah. If you pay taxes, you pay for the health care of millions of illegals. Jump in the border with horrible health problems. We're getting cut by taxes.
No. I'm saying if a guy's in the hospital, you treat the kid, right? His kid.
Yes.
And he's like, oh man, this copay is killer, or whatever. This bill is killer. And somebody in the hospital looks over and says, hey, you know what, man? It's around Christmas time. I'm going to pay for that bill. He's a cock.
Does he have kids?
He has kids. Yeah.
Do the kids have medical bills that need to be paid?
Well, I mean, maybe not, but any form of resources which he would provide necessarily is going to be resources that his kids aren't going to have, right?
Yeah, I think it is more cuck than not doing it on the level of cuck mountain, cuckatry, right? But I don't necessarily think that charity towards someone's kid willingly, unless it hurts your, like, what are the kids, it goes on a deeper level. Like, what is his kids eating? Are his kids eating modern American food? Is their hormone system fucked over?
They have a healthy diet and this and that, but kind of regardless of what their personal circumstances would be, whether they were well taken care of or not well taken care of, necessarily, if this guy takes care of this other kid's bill, that is going to be taking resources away from his kids. That's like an entailment of that.
Think of it, yeah, that is cockatry. How is this kid's going to buy a house when it's $1 million for a house? He could have taken those resources and put it away.
Yeah. So, I mean, I don't really think we have much to, I don't even think that we have much in the way to disagree with here. If the second criteria for this, of cuckatry is so broad that it would entail even acts of charity, and we're all just kind of cucks, then I guess I just don't give a shit.
I think on the other end of cuck mountain is being selfish, right? Because obviously most people will be like, hey, paying for some kid's cancer treatment doesn't make you a cuck. I'd say, well, putting that money away for your kid's house would probably be more useful to the kids. And someone's like, dude, you're a selfish asshole. I'm like, yeah, probably. Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Okay. Well, then I guess all of us engage in cuckatry. And to some degree, and many of them do it on purpose for the purpose of charitability, and then we don't really disagree on what a cuckold is. So I think the debate's been resolved.
Well, some people will marry a woman with children, and I find that a level of cuckatry I would not accept.
Okay. I don't really know where to take it from there, Sarah.
I don't either. It was 40 minutes. It wasn't even 40 minutes. Undead Chronic, did you ever have any other points of contention?
I just wouldn't let my son marry a single mother. I'd probably strangle him before that.
That's fair. That's fair. Well, I mean, gentlemen, I don't want to eat up any more of your time. If you're both satisfied with the response and all set, we can end on closing statements.
Well, I just say it's nice to meet you. This was kind of a breath of fresh air debate. I felt like you were very good faith and answered the questions that I had for you, and appreciate that. I think that we're kind of having a semantic argument, and I think semantics are important to arguments. And I think that you have just kind of made this category error of a cuckoldry is X and then cuckatry is Y, and everybody falls in some way to this category Y, but we agree on category X. So, I mean, I don't really, if that's all it means, then I guess I just don't have an issue with it.
I think climbing the mountain to go closer to being a cuckold is a bad thing to do. And I think you got your Patagonia on and you're hiking. And I'm at the bottom of the mountain, like, bro, stop. But I mean, at this point, it's like, dude, divorce your wife. Like that's not gonna, there's no fix to this. It's more young men don't marry single mothers.
Yeah,
Do
but
not
I
use
wouldn't
your
be. I
resources
don't
on
think
another
that that's
man.
bad advice.
Yep.
That's advice I would generally agree with. In fact, the people I see more giving that advice out nowadays than anybody else are single mothers who've been through the ringer in the system and go, wait, I really fucked up here.
Mm.
So that's at least that's the turn that I'm starting to see. But feminism's entrenched, so who knows? Who knows how it'll go? But anyway, that's all I had for my closing statement. I appreciate it.
Closing for you, Undead Chronic.
Man, fuck you for making me agree with you sometimes. I wanted to yell.
Was that it for you, Chronic?
Yeah, I don't really have anything else. It's just lifestyle differences. I think that marrying single mother, and we just talked about it. So that's pretty much
fair.
it.
That's fair. Well, let me
all right, guys. I got to get prepared for another podcast tonight. Sarah, thank you again for having me on your stream. I appreciate you doing the legwork for this. It was very kind of you. You guys have a wonderful night.
Thanks, Andrew. And Undead, if you want to leave as well, that's fine. And thank you for coming on and entertaining. I appreciate it.
See you.
And bye. Oh, well, that went way different than the buildup that came through on that. I feel like I just got cucked. But I'm happy because when people can find agreement and would do it without yelling and screaming at each other or, going into areas that we don't need to go into, I have a big appreciation for that. So this was good. So shout out for all the super chats that came in. P. Fletch dropping by with the $5. Sup, little mater. Farewell to Jack coming in with the $2. Andrew, give me advice on how to not give advice. Thank you so much. Membership rounds, dropping in the debate that turned into a bromance. Absolutely. Yes, absolutely. The debate that turned into a bromance. Like, I'm thankful, which I kind of felt like they would find a lot more agreement than disagreement because a lot of their talking points are similar. It was just more of the personal lifestyle that that was kind of being attacked here. Lauren dropping by with the membership. Did they just become best friends? I think they did. And I look forward to any further collaboration for them in the future because that was great. That was awesome. And Noah R dropping by with the 50. Thank you, Noah. I thought this was going to be a slugfest, but it's turned into a civil conversation. Really enjoying this. Yes, absolutely. I concur. And thank you, Noah. We appreciate you. And Giovanni with the $5. Dude just put St. Joseph on the cuck spectrum. Excommunicate this doofus. Yeah, that was actually pretty. Did anybody else appreciate the scale of cucketry? I do feel like we needed a flow chart for this to be able to really guide it out. If I had a whiteboard, I could start drawing these on. I would totally have done it. And Neve stopping by with the $6.99. Undead has solidified himself as an ambassador for Cuck Mountain for instigating this and then immediately bending the knee. Oh, that's an interesting take. And Flow State dropping by with the $2. Is Undead an incel? I don't know. I'm not sure. And the Tribe one dropping by with the $2. We're being cucked right now. Big old cuck. We all failed. We all failed. This will be fun later to talk about. The debate that turned into, hello, Arbiter, dropping by with the $2. Hey, Raging Burrito, Crucible Crew, showing some love. Yes, I appreciate that, Arbiter. And dropping by one more time. We've all been cucked. Yes. But again, this is a good thing. I am not even upset. Because that went so well, I kind of almost want to go into open panel because I pinned out a lot of time. I don't know about anybody else. Let me give me 1 second. Let me do this. Okay. So let's do it. Let's go. Oh, hi, Heartbender. Thank you for dropping by with the 5. Thanks for hosting. And hi, Lauren. Yes, we all love Lauren. I think we should go into open panel. Now, here's what I'm going to do, though. I'm going to lay down some rules of engagement. We're not going to come on and just shit talk either of our panelists. That's not going to be the style of the evening. We can get on and go through the cuckoldry flow chart. We can do visuals. We can try to figure that out and break it down, have the conversation. But we're not going to come on and just start like hating anybody that came on, whether it's Andrew or Undead Chronic. That I don't appreciate. If you are a new person here and you're coming in from backstage, I will have to voice confirm just for the record. All of that fun stuff. So let's go ahead and do it. I promised you guys a show, and that show turned out to be 40 minutes. I feel like they should grab a beer. So this is what we're going to do. Hi, Michelle.
Andrew's just over there jamming on his channel now.
I mean, I think it's great. I think if either of them did want to come back, Arbiter, yeah, you can simp for Andrew all you want.
Totally.
I think simping for other men is okay. It's good. But thank you for the $2.
That was really interesting.
That was great. Let's do this. Since we have to do this. Let's close out this concept.
Yes, and I do want to extend my appreciation. I do think that Sarah has been an adequate moderator. I think that there's times where she needs to mind her own fucking business in this space, but she's been an adequate moderator, and I do appreciate her having me on her channel.
Listen, I love you, the Raging Tomato, but I would kill myself doing more red pill debates, okay?
The Raging Tomato, at least she is attempting, like, she's trying to be a comedian. She's trying to be funny.
All right. Did it play on your end? Because it was like spotty on my end.
It did play on my end.
Okay, good. That's all I need to know. All right. Well, the link has been dropped, ladies and gentlemen. You're welcome to come on. And again, I'm not going to tolerate, we're not going to just come on and shit talk anybody. We're not going to do that tonight. That's not the night. It's not the type of concept, when we go into regular open panels. But if anybody has any talking points on the actual topic at hand, on cuckoldry, all of that, we can go into that. But I see Lauren's trying to get somebody to get up. TML. Who's TML? Who is TML?
Machine Lies.
Oh, the Machine Lies. Duh, I knew that. I knew that. Let me debate these chicks. We're not here to debate. Look, we put this stuff together, and
we might give you a cuck rating now. I think that should be a thing. Instead of the face rating, they should spend all face ratings and go for these cuck ratings, because apparently, as long as you pay taxes, you fall upon the cuck rating.
I think that's fair.
Yeah.
I think that's fair. Yeah. Respect the content. Thank you, Arkaby. Man, I'm so glad that happened so well and so briefly.
Yeah, Grid One, what's up?
Hi, Grid. That was super fast. Oh, I've got Neve. All right, now the two of you play nicely.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just came to talk about. I just came to hang
me
on
one
the
sec.
cuckout.
Sorry. I'm sorry. I couldn't hear anything there for a second.
Oh, I said the two of you will play nicely.
I always
Yeah. For sure. We're cucking the chat today, so
Right.
no fighting.
Yes.
We will deny them any entertainment. We're totally cucking the chat today of any entertainment whatsoever.
No, but the one thing that I wanted to add to the discussion is just I think from whether it's born of just masculinity as a whole, but I think a lot of men just have this deep fear of there being some element in life outside of their control that is going to shame or humiliate them, right? And so I think the way we've been using the word cuck or cuckoldry or all of these things, there's two meanings. We discussed Andrew did a really good job of laying out the actual meaning for the word, which I thought was really cool and interesting.
Yep. Did we just lose her?
What happened?
Did we lose her audio?
And her
No, we
video.
lost-
So. Wait, you can hear her?
That's really loud.
What's really
I am?
loud?
Sorry.
I think the Furby is really loud.
Oh, I can turn you down, Furbs.
I
Yeah, it is.
I had my global up because Nev was really low.
Yeah.
So I turned my audio up and
We
then
seem to like have lost you. I don't know if your mic got unplugged or something.
Okay. Everyone say thank you to Lauren because she just sent me an actual chart of cucketry, and I'm gonna get it to myself.
it's kind of interesting. Oh, her mic just cucked her. That's what she says. It's interesting because I've actually been having this discussion basically all week over the idea of a mandatory paternity test.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's been something that's just been, it seems like the theme of the week in multiple spheres. So it's very interesting.
I mean, surprisingly, there is a statistic in your favor that like 10 different studies find different things, but like 10 to 40% of men wind up raising a child they don't even own. I don't think it's a big deal though, because like that's technically been going on forever. And like if you love that child, then that's all that matters.
Yeah, I mean, I had a stepfather, and I'll be honest with you. I never actually called him anything but dad until I was in my late 20s, probably. So it just didn't matter. And I think I only did that because it clarified it for my wife when I got married. So I guess it was actually in my 30s. But I always called him dad.
And shout out to Arbiter for the extra $2. Thank you again. Win Crucible, but Tomato, you've gained a subscriber. Well, thank you, Arbiter. I appreciate that. And here it is. We've got the cuckold ways. Thank you, Lauren. Everybody say thank you, Lauren. We've got the voyeur cuckold. That's your hotel chair. We've got the waiting cuckold, the threesome, the cuckold threesome, the escort wife, the sissy cuckold, the king. I'm not even going to say the rest of that. The bisex cuckold. The fourth one, dogging, waiting cuckold, submissive cuckold, wife on vacation with her friends, chastity cuckold. Oh my God. There's like a whole list. That's ridiculous. That's crazy.
Aren't some of those things that people just do even without like, let's see, so I agree with number 1 and 2 kind of as like differences. Like there are definitely some people who like, watching versus waiting kind of thing. But beyond that, it's all just seems like, those are just all just other people's kinks.
Yeah. Yeah. I think
I was like, I could play bingo on that.
Yeah. A lot of these are really just kinks. I think. Oh, I need to pin.
You were muted, Grid.
I'm muted?
You were. You said something and we didn't hear you.
Yeah, I spoke really lowly. I didn't want to. It's fine. It's fine.
Interesting. All right, let me place that pin up there. There we go. Now it's pinned. Wow, I don't even know where to go from that. That turns out way better than I expected. I was really like prepared for this to like kind of be a little messier than anything, especially with all of the things that were spoken to beforehand and so on and so forth. And so I wasn't expecting this to be.
Reminded me of Lauren Chen deal, right? Where everybody thought that would destroy Lauren Chen, and they ended up being like buddies.
Wow. Well, hopefully they'll
I don't
be
know
able
if it exactly went that way, but close enough. Sorry.
Well, I mean, she liked him enough to use his argument the very next time.
Oh, you're talking. Sorry, I thought you meant like the left in general.
Oh yeah, no, Lauren Chen's not leftist.
No. I know at some point, like all
Maybe.
the leftists wanted to debate her because Destiny had, and she was kind of like courting us or something with being like, "Oh, well, I sort of think these policies are cool," and I was like, "I don't buy it."
Well, I think that's part of her shtick, though. So, because she just kind of like seems to be water at whatever cup. But now it doesn't matter because all of her accounts have been destroyed. So she's no longer in the game.
That's fair.
That sucks. I recently got targeted by the mob.
Which mob?
I don't even know. Just an angry mob. Really hated the fact that I was a mod on someone's channel.
You like that?
You know what's funny though? Someone's like, "Oh, you're losing your wrench. Sure, you can have the one I took from you back." So where you lose one other one pops up. I'm just saying.
That's fair. So, Grid, did you? You said you were streaming again last night after you shut down.
Yeah. So Rachel was debating this Christian. I'm not really sure which version. Lady, I'm obviously probably some sort of Protestant, and apparently it went badly, and so she was on X bad mouthing Andrew and Rachel, like really badly.
Rachel's his wife, right?
Yeah, Rachel's his wife. Super nice lady, and I don't know. I was about to go to bed, but I was like, you know what? I just kind of want to go hear what's being said. I like staying up on stuff, you know. I didn't really intend to actually get involved, but I ended up getting involved anyway. And basically, it was a lot of ad hom, a lot of really weird insults that don't really mean anything. And I said, you know, I bet Andrew's online right now. Like, if you really have a problem with him, you should just address him. Well, and a lot of people were calling her out for doing it the way she was. You know, if you're a Christian, you're supposed to actually confront the person and not gossip and all of that. And a lot of people were calling her out on it. And I told her, I'm like, hey, you know, I bet Andrew's on right now. I can go look. And sure enough, he was on. He came up, and they got into it. And it turned into a whole thing. I was up till 4 a.m. I was angry enough about being up till 1 a.m. As you know, you were there when I was like, I got to go. I'm up too late. I'm an old man. And so I was up till 4.
How old are you?
How old am I?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm 53.
Huh. You're older. You're not old. It's not like you got one foot in the grave. You could go another 20, 30 years.
Yeah, I don't know. My grandmother died at 104, so I'd like to beat that record.
So you're only halfway through life.
I know. But I'm old enough to need a nap every once in a while.
I'm 25 and I'm 25. I've been like that since I was 25, but I'm 33 and I'm like that still.
I perpetually think of myself. Well, I used to perpetually think of myself as a 19-year-old with a big wallet. And now my wife tells me that I'm probably matured up to about 22. So I have to kind of go with that.
I don't know
what are people what are people complaining about with that debate? I didn't watch it all.
I don't think anybody's complaining.
We're not complaining. We're in awe that it went so smoothly.
Yeah.
It should have been like a thermonuclear event. It turned out to be
well, that's what I'm saying. It's like when people spurg out, you guys don't like it. When they don't spurg out, you guys don't like. In other words, like, now let me just make my point.
Spicoli, can I just quickly say, I agree with you. That's amazing.
I'm just going to make a quick point. Melanie, please. That's the only way you're like a chick. You interrupt like a chick.
I'm sorry. I just thought you would find it interesting.
You're La La Land. You're cool. You know how I feel about.
And don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, you can still put anyone in timeout. We're going back to that game.
Yeah. Well, you put me in timeout, you're not going to hear what I have to say from personal experience.
Oh,
all I'm going to say is
I'm teasing.
Well,
Relax.
I experienced. Look, trust me. My brother never had kids, but he. It's just a bad situation. He married a witch. She turned out to be a witch, and I knew she was a witch. But basically, they've been married 40 years. When he basically has 2 stepkids, and when he met her, they were like 3 and 5 or something, or 2 and 4, 3. And now they're like 40, over 40 now. So he's been with this lady 40 years, and I can attest Do I feel like they're my nephews? I do, but I feel like they're not my blood. And I know my brother has gone out of his way to pay for a lot of. He's paying for one of the grandkids to go to college. Well, the grandkid got scholarships to go back east to some college. It's still $70,000 a year. He's paying $15,000 of it, but he makes about $350 a year, so it's no big deal. But what I'm saying is I see what he goes through. His wife doesn't treat me the nicest. She and I have never gotten along because she's a narcissist. And basically, it's kind of like, let me tell you where it benefits me, though, okay? I'm going to tell you honestly. We have a lot of weird family dynamics in my family, just for various reasons, okay? There's somebody in my family that doesn't get along with somebody else. So the friend of my friend is, there'll be somebody's enemy in my family, okay? Here's the deal. I'm going to tell you how it benefits, how this stepfather nonsense benefits guys like me. Okay, I don't have kids, right? So that means if my brother really had kids with this woman, I would feel like 100% obligated to leave my money to my real blood nephews. I have 2 of them, at least one of them. And one of them I may still leave stuff to. But the fact that they're not my blood nephews, I'm going to be quite honest. Half my money's going to a cat adoption agency that a lady runs out here. So what I'm saying is, here's the only pro. It's to guys like me who are the brothers of these people, because here's why. I don't have to, in other words, I'm not obligated to leave any. Let's face it, if they were my blood nephews, I would 100% feel obligated. Now, I get along with one I'm neutral with. I'd 100% feel obligated. But the fact that they're not my blood nephews, plus my brother's a millionaire, so I don't give a shit. But the fact that they're not my blood nephews, I don't really feel obligated. So while it hurts him, because he's had to pay for a lot of shit over the years for kids that are not his, benefits guys like me, but it still has had an overall effect on my brother, the family. I'm just saying, and keep in mind, these kids, hey, she's cool with the ex-husband. Everybody goes together. It's a big happy thing. Nobody, everybody's pretty cool with except weird shit. But what I'm saying is, you're never going. All I'm going to say is this: it's like adopting. I don't know what adopting is like, but what I'm saying is, there's a different feeling you have from. And keep in mind, these nephews have been with me 40 plus years. So what I'm saying is, but I still don't feel like they're my fucking blood, and they're not. So in other words, when they go out and have kids, which they have, and their grandkids are coming out now, it's still not my brother's bloodline. It's not my bloodline. It's another family's bloodline. So in a weird way, you know what I mean? Sorry about the line, but it is a weird. I'm just going to say nothing, no shade on single mothers. All I'm saying is, a man who wants to carry his legacy on and have his own kids with his own bloodline, everybody I think will agree with me that this kind of fucks that up if he doesn't have prior kids. I mean, what do you have to say? Everybody but Melanie. Hi, Nev.
Well,
you look
Melanie,
good, Nev.
well, shout out to Melanie for the 5. She timed herself out, but we didn't have to time you out because Spicoli spoke for the whole 5 minutes, so it's okay.
Exactly. Yeah.
And then Noah R coming in with the 10. Nuh-uh. Time me out first. I'm the literal worst.
Sarah, sorry. The only reason I mentioned. Let me tell you what.
Spicoli, let me give my people some love.
You got house cleaning.
R, hitting the membership tab. Thank you so much, Noah. We're glad you're here and glad you could be entertained this evening. Welcome, my friend. Okay.
I also saw someone else donate $2 to keep the joke going.
Thank you, Melanie.
Thank you.
No, Sarah, the only reason
I'm so sorry, Arbiter. I missed that. Oh. I apologize. Thank you, Arbiter. May I be timed out as well?
Yes.
I'm just going to time myself out and you guys carry on the show. Okay.
No,
okay, but Sarah, I just wanted to say, you could see, excuse me, I have to go anyway, take a shower and go out. Sarah, you can see why I felt compelled to go on, because how many people, even though I've never married a single mother, my brother, I don't know how he's successfully been married to this bitch for 40 years, or they got married in somewhere like 38 years they've been married, almost 40 years. Never separated, but I don't know, they're both alike, so it's like two weirdos, weird. But what I'm saying is, I'm giving you a perspective from a guy who has seen it close up, My older brother, only 13 months older than me, I've seen it close up, and it's gone along for 40 fucking years, and it's just a weird, I mean, I realize we're in 2024, but nobody can say it doesn't feel different. And you know what? It's just like a stepfather would feel the same way. He's not raising his kid. It's just a weird feeling to me. I mean, I don't have kids, but if I wanted to have kids, I wouldn't want my own kids and my own legacy. I'll tell you why. I don't want to put the energy into raising somebody else's kids. This is me personally. Raising kids is a very, very challenging position. It's not really a job. It's a mentorship kind of thing. So you want to do it to your own kids, just like cats. I'll give you an example before I leave.
Oh my
I
god.
wouldn't want to get a cat that's I wouldn't want to get a cat that's 5 years old or 10 years old that's already grown and try to raise it. I'd rather get it at 8 weeks. And then I can groom it, mentor it the way I want it to be from an 8 weeks.
Macaulay, we
Yeah.
get it.
Nice,
We get
nice,
it. We
nice.
get it.
I'm
We
gonna
get
go
it.
off
And
and-
shout
let me
out
say
to
something.
Noah for the additional 10.
Hi, Michelle. Nev, you're looking very sexy. You know what, Nev? You're very passable. I never.
Macaulay, shut up.
I'm
Noah,
fucking
coming
cringing
with the
so
10.
hard.
I will literally pay whatever it takes to get timed out because I'm at the top of Cuck Mountain. Arbiter's got nothing on me. You guys crack me.
I think you got another one. I want to interrupt.
I just dropped him, and I don't care.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Trib 1, Tribe 1 for the 5. Most good mothers don't want to be single mothers. Good people shouldn't be punished just because they were done wrong in a previous situation. I do agree with that. That's a very
Well, I wanted to take the societal look at it because I think that ideally when a man conceives a child with a woman, he should be there for his kids. But in a situation like we have so many single, mother households in society, and again, these women, they get by. But if there is a man that wants to step up and take on the burden of someone else's kids, why should I shame that? Why should I be why should I look down upon that? I think that takes like a great degree of like courage, and I think that's admirable. I don't think that if we're assigning the label cuck to these men, if men aren't seriously considering prospective partners because of a child in the relationship, like I think that it's just a net negative. Like I had a stepdad too, and my stepdad is my dad. Like for all intents and purposes, we could not be any more different in every single way. But he is my dad, and I'm grateful to have had him. So that's my view on the topic.
Yeah, that's a good view. I like it. Any other response?
I think there's also like an inherent danger to shaming that, which is like right wingers claim to care about kids, don't murder kids, blah blah blah. Well, single mothers have a really hard time raising kids. They do their best, don't get me wrong, but it's a 2-parent job regardless of who those parents are. But and if you want to see better outcomes for kids rather than just making sure women carry them to term, then this is something you should focus on. And if you don't, then it just gives pro-choice people like me a really good argument that, hey, maybe we shouldn't be telling women to carry kids if they're just going to be single mothers.
Mm-hmm. I think we kind of take this, it's kind of a two-way street, right? So we keep saying single mothers are bad, bad. And then if a stepdad does step in to provide the ability for a single mom to no longer be a single mom and offer these children, it's the best interest of the children, right, to have a 2-parent household. And then the shame just gets diverted over to the dad. Now, that's heavy shoulders for that to sit on. But inevitably, like, you're solving the problem by no longer having a single mom. Now she's a married woman and with a 2-parent household. So in all aspects, like, yeah, he may take a verbal lashing. Any man that goes in as a single dad, as a stepdad, may take a verbal lashing. But overall, he knows at the end of the day, he's doing like a good thing, I think. An arbiter coming in with the $2. I am broke, but Noah is a cock.
Sarah, let me, if I could,
Yeah, go ahead.
let me. I'm gonna run through a couple of things, and I hope not to jumble it up too much. But first, been on the right pretty much my whole life, and I've everyone I know is for a nuclear family, be it a step family or adoption or whatever. Those are all viable options with everyone I know on the right. Now, I do believe that there is a growing segment. I notice a growing segment of the culture, and I'm not sure if they're right, middle, left, or just totally fucking confused, that have this idea that, there's a single woman or a single mother stigma, and to be fair, there's some truth to the some of the points, such as, she's just using a man for his resources and so on and so forth. And I actually, the other day, I was doing some research for one of my shows, and I run across this, and I don't remember if it was TikTok or Instagram or whatever, but it was, it was a page that was dedicated to shorts, and it was all women over 35 that were single mothers that could not find a date. And it was hundreds of women. And they were all like reasonably attractive, more than likely reasonably sane women. And these are women that profess they cannot get a date because of their age and because they have children. So that's a sad segment of our society. And I do think that we need to address that. I'm just not really sure how you would. And I'm not the person to try and figure that out, to be honest with you. I haven't dated in 20 years, so I'm a little bit out of the game. I'm a little rusty, but looking at it, I can actually, I understand where men would have some hesitation, but on the other side of it, I think as men, it is our job to be fathers. So, for whatever that entails for individuals.
But when you comment on their appearance, I guess that's like one thing, but
they seemed reasonable.
Do you see them as viable?
They seemed reasonable, right? Like the one woman that kind of stuck in my head was, she was reasonably attractive. She actually had made some reasonable financial decisions and had downsized into an RV to keep her bills low, and that's kind of where the story ended. So I don't have her biography or anything, but it was just like a however long a short is, a minute and a half or whatever, 90, 80, whatever seconds. It was just like, hey, I'm 49 and whatever, and I can't get a date because no man will date me. And I thought that was very strange.
Yeah.
On the one hand, I can see it, but I know just as many guys that are like, man, I'm too old to be running around with 20-year-olds, but I can't find anyone to date. As a matter of fact, I know a guy literally right now that told me that the other day, and I'm like, well, why don't you just? There's a ton of women out there, dude. Just go find one. So I think
stuff seriously, like when they say, oh, like I can't find, it's like, how many men did you ask out today? Probably none.
Right. Well, Michelle,
probably none.
You're a special case.
If I'm married and I can still get like a long-term boyfriend, I think these single women can like find a freaking date. I think you need to like show up and be nice to a man, and they like that. Like,
yeah.
It's not just.
My apologies. And speaking of being nice, Arbiter dropping by again with the 2. The patriarchy is here to save you. Yes, it is. My white knights all over. Go ahead, Mel.
I think it's fair. You don't have to be very picky for a lot of men to just kind of be like, I'm just going to say like they try too hard, but I mean like a lot of things that just really like ruin first dates and stuff like that. And I don't know. I kind of feel for women with at least all the men I've met on here. Like if that's what the dating pool is like, geez, I know it's probably not that bad, but also like, it can't be pretty.
Well,
This is not real life.
Yeah,
Okay.
well, I'm gonna say, how could you consider any guy on that's even single as somebody that's part of like any sort of dating pool? Like realistically,
Right.
Well, that's like you're saying, like from what you've seen online, that's like that you're apprehensive or reluctant about.
I'm just saying if it's representative of what women have to choose from, then they don't have a lot of options. But I'm also admitting like that's just online. I don't know much about like what it's like in real life.
And
Yeah,
pardon
obviously
me
not.
for just a moment. I need to voice confirm. Noah?
Yes, can you hear me?
Okay, I can. I just want to make sure we're not going to get any peen flashing or anything weird on screen.
Absolutely not. I have no camera.
That's fair. All right, thank you. Back to Neve and Mel.
No, I just chimed in to say that I think it's stupid to say that, Mel. I think what you're saying is dumb. So,
Well, I think, men online, if they are, trying to represent men in any way, which they seem to when I'm not calling them out at least, then, a good start would be like the way you act around women, the way like how you are in their comments and stuff. It's the creep factor is just off the charts, in my opinion. Sarah, your chat's pretty nice though.
We've kind of trained them to a degree in terms of like what we allow and what we don't allow. And I had to put a pretty hard foot down on, hate speech and things like that. But overall,
I
they're,
appreciate that.
yeah, exactly. And because we do that, more people are more open to coming on panel. They can roast, they can have their fun. That doesn't bother me any bit. But when we tap into like TOS, hate speech, or personal things, doxing, stuff like that, that's an absolute no-go. And and Arbiter comes by again to speak to you, Noah. He says, win, Noah. Don't say anything about me.
I can't actually talk in the chat right now because I just subscribed to you, so I gotta wait 20 minutes.
Oh yeah, that is a thing. We like to make sure that's on lockdown,
Absolutely.
especially when we have new crowds coming in to watch and things like that. So yeah, it's got to be like you have to be willing to commit to 20 minutes to be able to chat. I think the chat is a privilege, not a right.
Sarah, I haven't. I don't get your fan club through as much anymore, but when they do,
the weird one.
We roast the living fuck out of them.
Well,
they can say whatever they want, and my chat just goes in on them so hard. They just give up. I think they just give up and move along because they can't make fun of it. The worst thing they can say is that I'm fat and bald, and I'm like, yeah, and you don't even cam up, so we can't see how ugly you are. So,
this is kind of why I did the Furby, because it's funnier when people attack this rather than my actual appearances.
Yeah,
even I can get laughs out of that sometimes.
Yeah.
But yeah, the haters are interesting. My chat's actually really. I really like most of the people. My
Yours is fairly tame. They still make fun of us, but they don't cross lines. And I respect that. Noah, thoughts on the topic?
I thought it was a great debate, honestly. I thought it was going to be a lot more of a slugfest than it actually was. I listened to both Undead Chronic and Andrew. No, it was really, really good for the most part. I mean, very short-lived debate. I think we can all agree there. Kind of really wasn't even a debate at the end of the day.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for the record, I renamed it the fastest debate ever.
Yeah, definitely. It was kind of refreshing to see, them not going at each other's throats. So
it was kind of like when two guys get in a fight in a parking lot, and it's like they throw two punches, they realize they're both tough guys, and they just
exactly
shake hands and walk away.
All right, we're done.
Yeah. Somebody's asking me, where am I looking?
Oh, you have your monitors up, don't you?
Oh, yeah, I'm looking right at my monitor. Yeah. Chaos Queen, I've actually been married for 20 years, and looks like I'll be married for another 20 or so. So I'm good with that. My wife.
I'm just gonna step away to use the ladies' room for just a moment. Michelle's in charge. I feel comfortable with this panel. Don't be crazy.
One thing I wanted to focus in on, and that I thought was important that Andrew pointed out, is that the actual act of being cucked, like the person who's being cucked has to enjoy what is going on, right? Like he aligned it with kind of the fetishistic / like porn idea of the word, but do
you think it's enjoyment, or they just have to get something out of it, either the humiliation or the enjoyment or the whatever emotion that they're looking for?
I bring it up to decouple it from the idea of enjoyment and permissibility, right? Mm-hmm. So are you allowing something to happen that you don't necessarily enjoy versus you're allowing something to happen because you enjoy that happening, right? So I think that one specific piece to the idea of like the whole cuck as it's used derogatory is important as well, where it's like, if your resources are being utilized by someone else knowingly, then you're like you might not like it, but you're consenting to it. But does that, like, I think that's the way the word cuck is used more. It's not used by somebody actually deriving enjoyment from like being taken advantage of or whatever, being taken from a ride. I think it's more of that, like, obviously they know some element of the situation or the dynamic isn't optimal, and it's like feeding on their resources or whatever, they're allowing it to happen. So I feel like that's where the word is actually aimed and directed more so.
Yeah, the definition of the word is very dynamic. I've even seen it used for like, this guy is being fooled by his girlfriend, or he doesn't have control over her behavior, so he's a cuck. And sometimes the definition can definitely source itself from, what I consider at least to be a toxic definition of masculinity, where it's like, say your girlfriend cheats on you. Well, now you're no longer a man or something. I don't know. Well, I see a lot of people who are just like anxious about that.
Well, what are they saying is another question I have. So it's like, we understand the cuck definition to be, deriving some enjoyment. But if somebody is making that criticism of you and they're shielding it behind you are a cuck, when in reality, that's not actually what's going on. What are they actually criticizing you for? What is that, synonym for the word? What word are they using that they could be using, but they're not?
Even when you put it that way, yeah, it's like they're saying you're not enough of a man. Sorry, whoever's trying to speak. Go ahead.
No, that's okay. So the interesting thing is that how the whole word was even, the whole origin of it was even created. It was about a species of bird where the female would choose a good nest provider and resource gatherer, and then not couple sexually with that bird. She would maintain the home with that bird and then go out and get genetics from another bird. And so this good resource provider, this good nest builder, was unwittingly and unknowingly raising offspring that wasn't his.
Yeah, the cuckoos.
Thus his genetic code would be ended. It's there's an aspect of unbeknownst that I think people are missing out on. The Urban Dictionary kind of slight disrespect, backhanded statement would be you're a cuck because you're being, you're watching your girl being banged, smashed out by other dudes. Both are correct, but I think if you look at where it originated from, I think it's pretty important.
By the way, for anyone curious about what you were talking about is called brood parasitism, by the way, and it's very complex and it's very interesting.
Yeah, so I think the aspect of the not knowing, not being aware that your genetic code is going to die off because you've been tricked. That, I think, that's the ultimate slap in the face of a decent bird that's resource providing and gathering, building a good nest for the structure of that family and then raising somebody else's kids. It's the ultimate.
Maybe that could be for some people though, right? Like, say you're like. Exactly, so you're one of those red pill people, or you tried to be and it just didn't work out for you. So now you're a black pillar and you're like, I'm never going to be worth anything. But then like the shit comes along. It's like, will you raise my kids from this hunk who had amazing genetics, but then he walked out on me? It's like, yeah, maybe actually, like I can have really successful children. And now I feel weird because now I'm talking about reproducing. But anyways, the point being, like, if we are talking about this on a genetics level, it is sometimes like a boost up to be able to raise someone else's kids, especially like if you can't have your own, or if you don't want to pass on your genetics.
I think if the biological father is capable and another, capable or less capable man is raising your kids, I would argue that you're the one being cucked. At least if you're applying it in this situation, in this context, right? If for whatever reason you can't get your shit together, you can't get your priorities together, you have something in your life that is not allowing you to be present for your children, and someone else has stepped in, I think that in itself should be where the criticism itself is focused, not the other way around.
I don't think it's about, like, I didn't say anything about whether or not they would be worse at raising the kids. So if that's the case, then yeah, that would be a downgrade. But I think the person who's worse off is like the person who's flighty and like seems to not be able to handle responsibility, which would be the biological dad who left.
Well, it speaks to how well adjusted you are for the things, like whether it's accountability or taking responsibility for things that you create or circumstances that you own in life, right? You conceive a child, you're responsible for that child. And now you've had to, pass on that responsibility unbeknownst or unwillingly to someone else who is in a better position, who is more capable, right? So I think in that situation, in my opinion, I feel like if we're looking at it from, what's the word, like colloquial usage of the word cuck, I feel like that applies more in that situation. Like if you apply it to the whole contention of the debate, I would say that like Andrew is cucking the original father. But I guess that's my perception of this.
I don't think you could be cucked if you give up the rights. I don't think that follows. I understand where you're going with that, and I would agree that if you want to be in your child's life and the woman decides to replace you with someone else and deny you your ability to be with your children, then to some degree that would be, and you didn't fight for it, then that would be definitely 100%. That's a cuckold relationship for sure.
That's a distinction I didn't even consider.
But you wouldn't open that up to then somebody not taking ownership or accountability or not being ready to be a parent.
Well, I don't know that I could ever determine that 100%. I can determine whether or not you want to be there because you can tell me that. I can determine by your actions what I perceive your motivations are, but I couldn't determine whether you gave up or what your internal thoughts were on it. Unless even if you told me, that doesn't necessarily mean that you're being intellectually honest with me. So I think that I wouldn't be able to tell that. Like I don't think that most people publicly would be able to tell. But now if for example, I have a friend that I'm observing him and his wife are having trouble. She leaves him for another man, takes the kids, cuts him out of the kid's life, and he allows that to happen. He doesn't fight. He doesn't take them to court. He does what's best for the children, and just kind of lets it go. Then I would say at that point that she is cucking that guy, even if he's not getting anything out of it, she is getting something out of it emotionally, and obviously probably financially as well. So, or resource wise, I would say. But it would be. I mean, it's so case by case, right? It's so situation dependent. There's a lot of nuance to it. It's just really hard to say if this, then that, without having all of the parameters aligned. You've got to have all the holes in the Swiss cheese aligned for it to work. I think. Maybe not.
Yeah. I think I'm questioning the utility in
so like people making broad criticisms about people's family dynamics, right? Like Undead did towards Andrew. Mm-hmm. Obviously he's speaking to some sort of like culture where he is able to say, okay, Andrew is cucked or is a cuck for this reason. Like he's playing into that culture because he thinks he can get some sort of like, consensus around that. But I'm arguing that if there is any utility in it being done, then the person we should focus on, again, wouldn't be the person stepping up. It should be the other person, right? Like if there is any positive an element that comes out of actually using the word that way, then I feel like it should be attributed to, you know, that biological father, regardless of circumstance, because, you know, like I feel like that's just more worthy of a criticism.
Yeah.
Would you consider it like a utility? Like, say there's a preacher and they're saying all women just want to be kept in the kitchen. They might say that they want women's rights and this stuff, but they want you to dominate them and put them in the kitchen. Yet this person's been through 3 divorces, and that's just public knowledge at this point. Do you think there's any utility to maybe calling out that hypocrisy?
Well, the utility, like, I'll demonstrate it this way. So when we use the word simp, like, we're talking about men who kind of like go around there. So primarily for women that where it's not mutual, right? So it's a one-way interaction with a woman where they expend their resources, their time, their whatever their emotional capacity for someone who isn't reciprocating whatsoever. But when we use the word simp and when we shame men for being simps, there's utility in that, because what you're actually identifying at the heart of it is like, have some self-respect, have some boundaries, you know, like do something for yourself. Don't take your, you know, don't take your whole being and, you know, attribute your personality or things that matter to you to your relationship with somebody who doesn't reciprocate, right? So that's why I'm saying there's utility in using the word simp, even though we misuse the word. If there's a utility in calling people cocks, then that's yeah. Anyways, I've circled on my own argument now. I don't need to.
Yeah, no, I'd agree. Actually, it probably actually sets up kind of like standards for men that are, and again, I'm going to say this word toxic. If you guys want me to elaborate, I will, but I don't want to get too deep into it. But just the general idea that, you know, well, you know, if a woman takes advantage of you, you're not a man now, you're a simp, or you're not a man now, you're a cuck. It's kind of, again, colloquially how I see it used the most. And I also see like this used in a lot of spaces where men are just generally like angry and act out that anger a lot. So I have to wonder personally, like, are we pushing men into a corner where, like, by calling them this and putting them into this box, that, you know, they're like afraid of women now, and they see them as like, oh, this woman's going to take advantage of me, which is kind of like the red pill rhetoric.
I mean, I could see that. I talk to people that are like, why bother? I actually just was talking to a young man that's in a why bother situation, and but I think that my observation is, and look, I don't see everything in the world, so this is just my observation, and I'm sure it varies, right? Between your personal experience is going to be different. What I see is the application of a few terms grow societally to fit many things that they really shouldn't. And so when you have when you paint with a broad brush, right, you don't always hit what you want to hit, right? I mean, you're just sort of, you know, it's just too generic. And that's what I think we're running into.
Yes.
I think this is what we're running into with the idea of people call, well, you know, you're a cuck because your wife took your kids and married somebody else. Well, no, he's not a cuck at that point. He's a man who's lost his family, but he didn't you know, more than likely, and you know, you don't know, or you probably don't know how much he's fought for that, how much he tried to prevent it, what the situation is, you know, but we would use, you know, there are many people that would use that term. Well, your wife has cucked you, right? And the same thing with simp, right? Like there's always these guys who will come in and say, oh, well, you said something nice to this woman, so you're a simp. Well, no, I'm being polite. It's just called being polite. And I think that it's a very interesting dynamic that we have going on here where, a lot of times I don't even think the people using the words actually know what the words mean. And this is what Andrew started out with, is let's define this, because I don't think what you're saying this means actually means what it means. And he was right. You know, it wasn't at all. You know, for example, to me, my understanding of a simp is someone that is constantly showering someone with affection that's not returned, and there's no intention of returning that affection, and it's a dead hole, but they keep trying to fill it. That to me is a simp, right? You're never going to get anywhere. You're wasting your time, and you're lying to yourself about the possibility of there ever being anything there.
Yeah, and I just want to point out, like, the word simp does have an interesting history where the definition has changed a lot. It started out with simpleton, then became romantic fool, and then in hip hop it kind of showed up as men who let women manipulate them, and then and it bled into the internet. And these words are always changing, kind of, especially with colloquial usage. I think if we're talking about utility, the utility kind of points to men who get women pregnant and just walk out on them because they're not ready for responsibility. In my opinion, if we're going to use it colloquially instead of literally, that's probably the best direction to go. And because I think that's a group that honestly does need a little bit more shame.
I feel like it all comes down to having you have to have all of the pieces of the puzzle to understand what is being said. And a lot of times you don't, right? So I don't know that, I mean, this is more of a treatise on modern language and how much fallacy there is in it, right? Like we use all of these slang words that, again, as you said, the meanings are constantly changing. And so I might say something and I don't know what that was.
That's some ambiance from someone.
Thanks.
I don't know.
But I mean, I just think that, and you know what happens is that if I have one understanding of a word and you have another, a different understanding of that same word or group of words, we end up talking past each other, and what we're saying, we may be even saying the same thing, but because we're using the wrong, we're coming from different points of view, it doesn't mean the same thing to us, and so we end up arguing when we shouldn't necessarily be arguing.
It doesn't seem like I think even from today on, it doesn't seem like an insult that I could necessarily take into very strong consideration, at least the way it's being used in this space. Because even in a situation where it was accurate, like someone's like, "Oh, look at this cuck," and it's like Sneeko in a chair, whatever, deriving enjoyment from that dynamic. At that point, I'm just like, what? You know what I'm saying? Like, at that point, I'm acknowledging that somebody does derive enjoyment, and so now what? Like, there just doesn't really see. It seems like a dead end at the end of the day. It's weird.
Like Destiny, right? Destiny will literally say, Friday night we would do cuck stuff, and he, but he's literally using it in its exact correct manner. But people take that and run with it in a bunch of different directions, which is partially because he is who he is, and we can all say that. But
yeah, I don't know the Destiny reference, but
it's like any other word on the internet, right? If people don't like you or they don't agree with you, then you're the bad guys from WW2, right? If you say anything that some people disagree with, then you've become those people. Or if they don't like something you're doing, you've become the SIMP, or you're the CUCK or whatever. They just weaponize words that have these hot button little topics to them to try to strengthen their position and to weaken your position, make you look bad, make them look good. And like Grid was just laying out, hey, here's what I think this actually means. And people don't take the time to lay it out, to spell out what they actually think it means. They just call you a cuck. And because you're bad, you suck, you're a cuck. That's
I've encountered this with, there was a time, and Neve can attest to this, and I may not have handled it the best. Like, some introspection and looking back can always help. But a lot of people were commentating, reacting to stuff on the internet, and they would they would call everything that they didn't like or that it wasn't like proper, like the R slur, or they would say like, this person's spurging out. And I was like, I'm starting to have no idea what the heck you mean. Because people would call me the R slur, and I'd be like, okay, so I'm the R slur now. Do I just stop being myself?
Well, and that's like you brought up the one I was thinking of too, spurging out. Like, what does that actually mean? Like, what does that come? That comes from like Asperger's, right? So like somebody with a legit mental health condition, and just because somebody flies off the handle, then they say, oh, you're spurging out. So we've taken these terms and we've watered them down and just made them, oh, anybody does something bad, they're this thing, which is like, no, maybe they were just mad, or maybe it was just a perfectly rational person that felt passionate about something for a moment, but now we label them this thing to try to diminish their position again.
Well, they hyperlink. They're almost like hyperlinks to like a particular kind of behavior that is kind of frowned upon culturally. So like you say someone is spurging in the debate or whatever. I mean, there's certain communities that use it and utilize it in different ways. But what you're saying to the person is that you're making an emotional argument. You're not focused on the topic at hand. You're really motivated by some sort of like secondary objective where you're not even listening to what's being said. You're just kind of going. And I understand the utility in those sorts of things, right? Like, but all these words like cock, sim, you're spurging, like all these weird characterizations of behavior, like they're all quite nebulous, like if we're being honest. So
Right.
I guess that's why they're used so often. If I'm calling you a cock, then it's like, well, no, you recognize I'm not even using the word properly. So are you going to take that into consideration?
And I think that's what some people know to be like, dude, this guy doesn't even know what the word means. Like, I'm not going to listen to his insult. But other people, they're maybe ignorant to that fact. And then they start, going back, and you get into this whole toss and poop at each other thing, and it turns into just a messy internet. That's just kind of how it happens sometimes.
Well, shout out to OPC Don coming in with the $2. Everyone, please support the Bratty Tomato Fund. Thank you, OPC Don. We appreciate you. Back to you, Neve.
Well, why it makes it particularly interesting is I think we all recognize this in our subconscious, to where when somebody like Undead says, I'm debating Andrew Wilson because I think he's a cuck, then we're all listening because we're like, okay, like like what does he believe a cuck is? I think cuck means this. How is he going to justify this argument? How is he going to construct this argument? And as we could, and I think his argument really just demonstrated what we're talking about right now, is like how, like nebulous it is. Like you're not, I don't know. Yeah.
It's all situational, right? It's just like if I'm having a talk with a group of people that I say I shoot matches with or something, we have an entirely different meaning of language, of common terms that if I talk to someone else about it, they'll literally not understand what I'm talking about. They'll have a completely different meaning in the words that I'm using, and it's all very situational. And like, so if you say cuck to me, I go to the dictionary version, and it's a dude that allows his woman to have sex with other women knowingly. If you tell me, well, this dude's a cuck because his wife cheated on him, I'd be like, no, he's not a cuck. He got cheated on. He's a victim. He's kind of a victim in that story that you told me, right? So context has a lot. Who you're talking to has a lot to do with it, and it's just like the spurging thing, right? Like the way I understand it, it is exactly what Primal said was, it's related to autism, right, and Asperger's, and having to finish a sentence, right, where when you're trying to have a debate and the person just will not stop trying to make their point, even though you maybe have conceded it, or you just want them you need clarification, but they just will not stop talking about it. And they just won't give up. And so you're like, why are you, stop spurging and we'll just calm down. We'll get to it. But then if you go somewhere else, it is exactly as Nev said. It's just somebody that is just freaking out and just rambling on about nothingness, So context, I think, has a whole lot to do with language in general, right?
Well, if your utility is to try to... Sorry, Sarah, did you want to...
Oh, I was just
I was saying I got to bounce. I got the ovens going off and stuff. I'm getting dinner prepped, so appreciate it. I only had a few minutes. I just wanted to come up.
And have a good dinner.
Yeah, do all the things.
Primal.
Yeah, appreciate you guys later.
Bye.
I think if the utility of it is to get someone to calm down, I don't know if it's the best choice of words, especially outside of communities, because I understand what you're saying. Like within communities, maybe it's more understood. That I would say that the R slur is a stronger case here, though, because in that case, like it's more applied to people who people just don't agree with, like, oh, that position is the arse-slur, or you're the arse-slur. And one of the things is like, for me, I've had the other end of it too. I grew up in group homes where not just my mental health disabilities were on display, but other people's were, and you'd get called that a lot, let me tell you. And just because it's coming from someone else who may have it doesn't make it better, by the way. And one of the things, like, that's kind of why I brought up before, like, it never felt like real criticism, because again, if I took it to any extent, it was always, well, what am I supposed to do with myself to stop being the arse-slur? I do my best to, be on the same level as everyone. So it's just insulting. It's not helpful to me at all. And I almost never know what people actually mean, other than like, they're gesturing that they don't like it. And I think the solution here is, we don't want to get trapped in our bubbles, especially when we're having panel discussions and stuff like that. We want to talk to new people and stuff like that all the time, bring in new communities. And so it's important to maybe like break out the thesaurus and learn multiple ways to make the same criticism. I think that at least makes us seem more interesting, not so one-dimensional.
Well, it makes sense for a space like this to have jargon, and I would just want it to be really clear that when somebody tells you to stop spurging, it's not because they necessarily want you to stop talking. There's an antagonistic element to it as well that kind of perpetrates the spurging itself. Like when somebody's like hyper fixated on, maybe an insignificant detail, or you've reduced their position to them yelling. When you ask somebody to stop spurging, like, it's not necessarily to redirect the conversation. I think there's an antagonistic piece to it that I think is super important.
Yeah, sure, there can be. Absolutely.
So what if I told you, and this is, I'm speaking both from firsthand experience, but also knowing kind of what neurodivergent people are like, that the people who that calls out the most are also going to be the ones who are going to be the most antagonized by it. Does that not seem like, maybe, I don't want to say predatory, but like, do you think that's fair?
Well, I don't necessarily believe that when that's used, it's ever used in a way that's intended to be derogatory towards people with Asperger's. Like, I think it's a characterization of behavior.
I'm going to agree with that. It's not, it has nothing to do with...
I wasn't contesting that, though.
Okay.
Just my point being, though, that it probably does disproportionately affect people. And hypothetically, if that's true, well, doesn't that make a good case not to use it regardless of what people's intents are?
No.
Well, not necessarily, because you do something really cold and glib. I might say that that's very psychopathic of you, or that's very like it lacks.
Well, let's unpack that.
That doesn't necessarily say that I'm making. I'm not saying everybody watch out. Ninetales is a murderer, or this X, Y, and Z.
Well, it might appear that way to people who just came on, right? Like, who just joined the internet. Like, if I'm new here and I don't know people are using jargon, I'm going to be like, wait, this person's a psychopath. But
that's naive.
But like, if we actually look at the etymology of that word, psychopathic, like, someone can have psychopathic traits and not be a psychopath. Saying someone is a psychopath would be labeling them.
In fairness, though, Melanie, some people can have retarded traits and not be retarded. Like, meaning,
really?
Yeah, you can say some pretty retarded stuff and not have an excuse other than you're acting like a retard.
Do you think that there's a reason? And I know this is
kind of begs the question a little.
It doesn't beg the question. It's actually
I feel like that we get into the idea of the further we get into limiting words and conversation and speech. Exactly. It's we get into the idea of tone policing, and then we get into what's fair to say, what's not fair to say, what might hurt someone's feelings, what might not. I'm.
Next thing you know,
I mean, maybe some people need that. I don't happen to know any of those people personally. It's okay.
Well, I still think we should be mindful of what we're saying, how we're saying, and the audience that we're referring to. Sure. Because it's not only just necessarily tone policing yourself, but it's just a common courtesy. You can make the argument, and I said it at the very beginning of this debate. You can make the argument without personal attacks, right? And even at that, like, you can make the argument, you can shut somebody down without affecting hundreds of other people or hurting other people as well.
Well, let's be intellectually honest, and we're talking about in a debate. I'll use whatever words I feel like is going to accomplish the task, right? Like we're not talking about two people walking down the sidewalk casually shopping. We're talking about people who are engaged in an activity that's meant to be antagonistic.
Yeah.
Right?
No, I agree. I
mean, so
what I'm saying is we still have to be mindful when we use certain words that there will be other people out there listening that will be offended by that, or, take it into consideration, or whatever the case may be. I'm not saying we have to necessarily give a crap about people's feelings, but what I'm saying is there should be a level of courtesy to consider when we're talking, especially on a public forum. Can I say something without doing harm to other innocent bystanders necessarily? And I think that challenges your intellect to think smarter.
Yeah,
that's all I'm saying.
But at the same time, when we bubble wrap the whole world, we just make weaker and weaker offspring.
I'm not saying bubble wrap. I'm saying
Yeah.
you can make arguments. You can call people names and all of those things in a smart way, and be even more on top of that level than anything. Like I think you can do better.
I think it's a noble thing to do to really focus your argument on the person that you're making the argument to. So on that basis, if it means your point is stronger because you decided that you're going to actually take the time to characterize somebody's behavior instead of calling them retarded, then I agree. But not as a motivation to like what GS is saying, bubble wrap the world, or
that's not what I'm saying to do. So what I'm saying, can I please respond to this, just because I feel like
well, sure. I think you're responding to an incomplete thought, but go ahead.
Sure. And I'm not trying to bubble wrap anything, and sorry if that is complete at the moment, but I just want to point out, first of all, I'm trying to draw parallels to our discussion about how we should use the word cuck properly. And I'm being consistent. I said, look, this disproportionately affects men. If we're going to use it, it has to have honest criticism behind it. And this is all I'm saying for using the R slur. If you can come up with a case where you're actually using the R slur and there's honest criticism behind it, instead of it being just vague the whole time, which I still think it is, then, then fine. But until then, and I'm willing to put spurging on the side of that, even though I still think we should, like Sarah said, be considerate. But for the purposes of utility, I don't see any reason to keep using the R slur.
Okay. I'm sorry. I'm going to just apologize. I just have a thought that it's fleeting. So let me catch it really quick. This is a lot like when I first started watching Andrew debate, because I had a very interesting viewpoint of debate, and then I see Andrew and he's he's cursing, he's using somewhat, he would go from using very inflammatory language to using very colloquial, hey, let's talk, let's move along language, and it's all for effect because it's a debate. It's something that is are we okay?
Yeah, I was just waiting for you to finish your thought, and then I have to voice confirm someone in.
I see. Okay, I'm sorry. In those cases, and I think we're looking at a specific case, I don't have a problem with the language that Andrew uses, right? I think it's okay. I can agree with a lot of the points being made, but I think that sometimes if you are doing those activities, you will use inflammatory language. You will use, all the tools at your disposal. And that is one of them. And you need to be effective at using it. Of course, I went to a military school, and so inflammatory language was just another tool in the toolbox. It was meant not to make you angry. It wasn't meant to beat you down. It was meant to drive you forward, and it did. So, and I think that's something that maybe is it's again, this is all highly situational. I understand, right? Like I would not walk into somebody's place of business and go, "Hey fucker, what's up?" Unless I really knew that person, right? Now I've had people walk into my shop when I was working, you know, and the door was unlocked, and go, "Hey fucker, what's up?" And that was perfectly fine. But it's highly situational. So I think that's what we're kind of talking about. And I do understand what you're saying, Melanie. That especially if you know that there's somebody that could be, you know, set off by the language, maybe you could dial it back, or maybe make sure that person wasn't quite there. But if that person puts them in themselves in a situation, it's weapons free, and we're hot, and that's the way it's going to work. And I make no apologies for that. I don't mean to belabor the point, but you know.
Well, you're kind of contradicting yourself, right? Because you're saying, first of all, if that person, if they know that the person there, they should be considerate. But also, if that person goes there, then they deserve to have it done to them.
Well, what I'm saying is that if I know that there's somebody in my crowd, situationally, that is, maybe they would have a bad reaction to the language that I use. And I actually have a decent example of that. I just don't want to ramble, but if I have someone that's in a situation, or if I'm in a situation where I know that the language I use could inflame somebody, I would dial it back. But if they come into a situation where I am already using that language, if I'm sitting for example, if I'm sitting in here in the studio and I'm debating somebody, and they walk in that door and they hear me saying "stop spurging" or "quit being an asshole" or "fuck off, idiot," they walked into my arena. And I'm not going to tone that down.
So even like
clear, does that help?
So just to be clear though, like even if when you talk about your arena, you talk about like maybe you have panels, right? Or
sure, yeah. If you came up on my panel, and you just didn't say, if you came up on a panel and somebody was saying something, and you waited to the end and you said, "Hey guys, this kind of language bugs me, and I want to be a part of this, but if you could just tone it down a little bit," that panel would have a chance to say, "Okay, yeah, we are," or, "Hey, sorry, this is the language we use, and if you want to be here, it is what it is." If you're already on the panel and you've already set that standard, for example, like tonight, I believe that we're being very calm, very the back and forth is really good. So if we ramp this up, if we ramp this up, I'd probably leave because it's boring and I have better things to do.
Okay, I do think I see what you're saying, by the way, just so you don't have to belabor.
To try to put a finer point on it, in the immortal words of the philosopher poet Candace Owens, when asked a question about some nonsense, she said, "Life's tough, get a helmet. I'm too pregnant for this bullshit. Next question." We just spent 20 minutes talking about tone policing. And I understand to Sarah's point, it's a level of showing one's intellect that you don't have to use certain words, right?
Before we move on, can I ask a question? Because I'm showing up late. Hi, everybody. I was up here once before. How's it going, dear? I remember your face.
Yeah,
it's pretty.
I think you were nice last time.
So, did somebody's feelings get hurt, or is this just a general conversation?
Oh, my feelings are perpetually hurt. Okay. So.
I think it's honestly just the conversation actually just kind of evolved on its own. We started with the word cuck. We went to all different levels of cucketry and blah, 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 blah. And then we went into like spurging and simping and all of these different terminologies that we use across the board, and how we use them, and how we've just kind of reshaped the words in and of itself. And now we've put just kind of, it's like general for like, I could just call you a simp just because you showed up on my panel and I'm a female.
I want to ask
so it's more about the inaccuracy of language and less about how the words make people have feelings, or
also then it went a little further than that.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, Arbiter comes in with the $2. My feelings are hurt. Thank you, Arby.
Because I've seen a lot of people get caught in feels in my time, and oh my goodness, it's beautiful.
I don't think anybody was really there. Like, none of us were getting our feelings hurt.
I was hoping there was somebody.
General discussion at hand. That's, yeah. But yeah, go ahead, Melanie.
I tried for you, 10. I wanted to ask generally, do you think Candace Owens is genuine? Like, I've also seen her complain about cancel culture a lot and stuff like that. I don't think she's actually...
Yeah.
Okay.
From what I saw about Candace Owens in a very recent video, she's so dumb that she thought her nanny was her great grandmother. Just saying.
No, that's Harris. She's talking about Harris.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I get people confused.
She did keep.
I like Candace Owens.
She did keep some principles when she walked away from the Daily Wire. I'll give her that much.
She's really getting into the Diddy stuff. I've never seen her so triggered as she is with this Diddy stuff.
So I kind of want to I wanted to kind of maybe steer this to a different direction. So the question is, if something is the way it is, then I want to ask the question, why is it the way it is? For instance, if the origin of a cuck is a female bird that picks a good nest provider and resource gatherer, but genetically mates with a genetically superior male of the species, and we attribute that in the human species as a malformed thought, like it's not good. These aren't good things. What if, in fact, it actually is a good thing for the furthering of the species? And I know that's going to sound crazy, but I'm trying to throw the women a bone here and say, instead of Hanlon's razor, don't attribute to malice that which could be explained by stupidity. I don't think these women are stupid at all. I think they're genetically choosing smartly, perhaps, or wisely, for the continuance of the species, whether it's in the bird or the animal kingdom or whether it's in humans. Now, is that a possible, throwing them a bone, if that makes any sense?
I don't think humans, I mean, it's possible on some like subconscious level. It'd be interesting to see research that proved it. But
like pheromones, for example, Melanie, if you want, like a woman, like women that are on birth control have a long relationship with a dude, and then they go off birth control to have children, and suddenly they're repulsed by it does something where it blocks their pheromone.
Yeah, smells like. But that's the thing is like pheromones don't drive our behavior as much as in other mammals. We're much more sight based, and so a lot of what drives us is physical attraction, right? And so at the end of the day, like that's one way. Like if physical attraction is still linked to genetic health, sure. I don't think it is anymore in humans. We see a lot of attractive people who have a lot of health problems because it's pretty ubiquitous now. Our genes are pretty well mixed. So what I would say is, I think humans are more seeking either pleasure or a long-term kind of like pair bonding situation, like a mate, but not like, thinking about like, what are my best genetics? Some people are, like, I can't say nobody is, right? Like you obviously are, but I don't think it's what's commonly on women's mind. I think it's more like, can this guy, provide for me when I'm raising a damn child?
Well, he's drawing the parallel between a viable mating strategy for a specific species and like maybe some women utilizing that same mating strategy in society. And I don't necessarily think it's viable for all of society, obviously not, but there are seemingly some women out there who do utilize that to some degree. But yeah, I wasn't sure what your overarching point there was, Jess.
It's more like parents want their kids to be attractive, and this isn't a sexual thing, but it's just we tend to perceive our kids of having a better chance of success if they're attractive.
I don't even know where this is coming from. This is so irrelevant.
So the reason why I brought it up was and I think Melanie kind of touched on it, is there a subconscious level of knowing that in order for the species to survive, this person has to build the nest and gather the resource, and this person over here has to provide the genetic material in order, on a subconscious level. I'm just trying
to interrupt.
Can I just answer him really quick, Resto, and I'll pass it to you?
Sure. It
really could be, but the thing is, it's outdated because, like I said, I don't think beauty and attractiveness is correlates with health anymore. like it used to, and that's why we used to do it. Anyways, go ahead, Resto.
I didn't say shit yet.
It was actually 10th.
Don't worry.
Oh, sorry, 10th. Go ahead, 10th.
I know you're good. You're good. So, I'm not really sure what this conversation is, so I just try to put in the way that I see things. I think maybe you guys are looking a little too deep into it. I don't really think that, like, if you guys are talking about cuckoldry in the human species, I would say that a large majority of cuckoldry actually is instigated by the man, because it's a role reversal thing, right? So, because I, as a gay person, sometimes the other person's the aggressor, sometimes I'm the aggressor. And I'm very, very, very educated in erotica and things like that. Trust me, I'm a doctor. Ooh. And in all seriousness, it's way less to do with genetics, I believe, and a whole lot more to do with just endorphins.
Sounds like more like degeneracy to me, but go ahead.
Well, see, you may see it as that, but we'll go back to Diddy. That's what people are talking about with Diddy.
It all comes back to Diddy at the end of the day.
It all does come back to Diddy. He was big time into it.
Awesome. I think that Sarah has something to read out. I think she has something to read out.
Thank you, Resto, for the $20. He says, I apologize in advance. Now, I don't know what this is referring to, but let's be mindful. Everybody is having a great discussion here, and I'd like to keep it that way.
I would love to have a great discussion. If we're talking about cuckoldry, I think we have one of the founders of fucking cuckoldry on the panel right now.
I invented the double piston.
Gossipy little bitch, right? Yeah, I think we have one of those people on there.
Are you going to name
You're referring to me, young man?
I am referring to you.
Yeah, you said everything squashed.
If the shoe fits, everything was squashed until you said something. Until you why what's going on there? What's going on there?
You're the fakest guy I've ever met in my life.
Oh, well, I'm the fakest guy.
Actually, I haven't met you.
Let me put it to you this way, gentlemen. Here's what I'm going to do. Because this started with a debate and we chose to open it to open panel to actually continue the conversation, I'm going to leave it at that. We're not going to bring up any drama stuff right now today. This is especially not a drama stream. Sip and stream. Yeah, absolutely. We could do that on a sip and stream. Or maybe Thursday night throwdown. That would be a place for this. But tonight, this is not the place for a drama stream, okay? So save it, Resto. And I will host a debate. We can set it up for another day if you want an argument to that degree. But
the balls.
The balls to do what?
Do anything.
The balls to do what? I'm going to respect Sarah. I did come up here fucking heated. I'm not going to lie to you. I did come up here heated. But I'm going to respect Sarah just off the strength. Am I going to respect you? No, because you didn't have the same respect for me that I had for you. Period.
No, you had none, dude. You're literally a lying piece of crap.
A lying piece of shit. Tell me what I lied about.
Piece of crap.
Tell me what I lied about. Tell me what I lied about.
Well, you and I had a little stream. You were there. I was there. Everybody was there.
Tell me what I fucking lied about.
And
I said that I was going to keep your name out of my fucking mouth, and I did. You dumb bitch. You dumb bitch. And now you're over there on other streams talking shit about me, and you do not have mic superiority over me. So sit the fuck down and shut the fuck up. Your time is over, old man. Shut up. Your time is fucking over. So why the fuck are you over there talking about me on other people's streams? Why are you talking shit about me and my family? Why?
Hold on.
Why? No.
Hold on. Rest. Hold on a second.
Why?
Because you're coming very loud. Hold on.
Oh yeah, let me turn my shit down. Hold on. I'm sorry. I got my mixer all the way the fuck up because I was ready. Yeah, I was ready to fucking cook. I was ready to cook, Sarah. I got my shit all the way up.
Well, let's at least go one at a time, boys. If we're gonna do this, let's go one at a time. Be mindful. The audience is watching. Keep your audio.
Why are you talking about me and my family, Grit?
Dude, I'll talk about whatever the fuck I want. You broke.
Why are you talking about? Why are you talking about me and my family?
The moment I said, "Hey, dude, we're cool. And you're like, yeah, okay, we're cool.
Why are you being a whiny little bitch on other people's channels thinking that I won't fucking see it? Why are you talking about me and my family on other people's channels being a whiny little bitch? Why are you doing it? Why are you giving off this feminine energy when you want to be masculine so bad? You want a seat at the cool kids table and you will do anything to fucking get it, Grid. Won't you, Grid? This is what you want to do with your life, and I will overtalk you as much as I fucking want to because somebody needs to put you in your place just like your little bully did in high school, the one that made you feel the way that you do. Just like everybody else in your life, I will put you down in your fucking place. Now answer my question. Why are you talking about me and my family on other people's panels like I won't fucking see it, Grid?
Talked about me, motherfucker.
When did I talk about you after we said that we were when?
After we said, you know what? I was gonna let it go. I was cool with you. I was like, you know what?
When?
But
when answer the fucking question. See, when Grid, that's the thing. You can't answer the question. You can't answer the question when Big Resto comes up there. All you can do is just go on other people's panels and tee-hee and ha-ha about shit that you know nothing about, bitch. So answer my fucking question. When did I talk about you?
Take the fucking cum out of your ears and listen. You pussy.
Answer the you pussy. You Hank Hill looking bitch. Answer my question.
I already did. I told you.
Couldn't hear you. No one can hear you. I was talking. No one can hear you. No one can hear you.
Well, then.
When Big Resto is talking, no one can hear you. Do you understand? I'm putting you in your fucking place. I'm going to keep talking every time your mouth moves.
In all fairness, Resto, you are interrupting every time he is talking, and your mic is banging over it.
Very superior. Very superior. Love you, Sarah.
I'm going to give you 60 more seconds to get it out, and then we're.
You know what, Resto? I honestly, I never wanted to even think about you.
Can I put a clip in the back? Can I put a clip in the back? Fuck it. I don't care at this point. Can I put a clip in the back?
You went over to
I'm putting this clip in the back.
And you ran.
Nope. Don't care.
You ran your mouth immediately. Or not Resto.
I went over to Resto's to my channel. Are you stupid? You sound dumb as fuck.
You are dumb as fuck.
No, you sound dumb as fuck. You dumb bitch. I'm putting this clip in the back. Sarah, can you pull this up? And then I'm done with this bullshit. I'm done with this motherfucker. I don't give a fuck.
You ain't never done. You ain't got nothing but drama in your life, you little bitch.
Oh, I don't have nothing but drama in my life? Pull that clip up, Sarah, please. Please. Pull that clip up. Pull that clip up, Sarah, please.
I don't see anything on.
It's in the private chat.
Oh, my apologies.
You are literally the dumbest motherfucker I've ever met in my life. And
you don't know anything about me. You just know what you heard, and you go off of shit that you have no idea about.
Oh, I know everything, motherfucker.
You know everything? Tell me. Tell me. Ooh, tell me before Past Grid tells me. Please.
No Past Grid. It's just Grid.
Mm-hmm.
Suck it up. Because that's all you can do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me what you said, Grid.
Yeah, immediately went over to Flo's channel and talked shit right after you agreed to not talk shit. You little piece of shit.
Wow, it's almost like that was the same exact day when that shit happened, right?
Exactly what you did. I'm going to just keep telling you the same thing. That's exactly what you did. Like a little bitch. That's all you can do.
You're lucky I'm drinking this tea. This shit good as fuck. This tea is amazing.
Okay, gentlemen, let's behave for just a moment. Let me pull this
Yes,
up.
ma'am. I apologize for my outburst.
Do the optics matter on this one, or is it? It's
no,
just
I don't care at this point.
Just
I don't
the vocal portion that you're looking for.
It's full nuke. It's full nuke at this point. I don't care. What's this Grid?
Now we're gonna get through this, and then we're gonna find some common ground here.
BLM. The founders.
Well, you know that Resto Chesto guy. His family was part of that. That's why he's hiding out in fucking Korea. Because are you denying it, motherfucker? His family's part of fucking BLM.
No shit, dude.
Yeah.
No fucking shit.
Yeah. Fuck that guy.
Dude.
Yeah, you denying it?
The founders.
Okay.
So wait. So I'm hiding out in Korea because my family is a part of BLM. Is that what you're saying?
Shit. Come on, motherfucker. Come on. Ain't nobody hearing you now.
No, see, now you mad. Oh shit, I got you rattled. Little boy. Come on. So wait. So I'm hiding out in Korea because my family is a part of BLM, not because I want to actually take care of my family, not because wait a minute, hold on. Not because I actually took the time to learn my wife's language, right? Something that you can't do. You can't say that shit. You don't even speak your fucking wife's language.
So?
What do you mean so? Have some fucking decency. You talking about my family, talk about I'm hiding out, right? And now I gotta bring this shit to Sarah's. I gotta apologize to her again after this shit. I probably gotta apologize to Mel after this shit too. And now you're sitting there all hot and bothered. Your neck red. You're hot. Oh, man. Oh, God. And now, okay, so you're going to sit there and say that you're not being a gossipy little bitch when you're going to other channels talking about me, saying that I'm a part of something that I am not a part of.
Gentlemen, hold on. Everybody shut up for a minute.
And fuck you too, Simon. No, you just caught us straight.
Everybody shut up. Hold on, Grid. Hold on. Bear with me for a second, Grid.
Simon.
Can you bear with me? Hold on, Grid. Can you bear with me for a second? Okay.
Sure.
Let's break this down. All right. So, Resto, somebody talked smack on you on another show. Okay.
So the thing is, okay, I'm sorry.
Okay. Understood. Grid 1 said something that you didn't like. But in the reality of all of this nonsense, isn't that what a lot of people do on YouTube? We all go to another channel. We get onto a topic. It reminds us of something else. Somebody talks shit. And okay, somebody talks shit. But how much shit do you talk to, Resto? I don't think that you can necessarily be at the mercy of like, I'm an innocent party. I've never talked shit before, right? And I understand the idea that men want to be combative and get it out and take it, spearhead it, for instance. I understand that. But can we accept the fact that it is what it is? He talks shit. Just don't watch him ever again. Like what are we gaining from this argument?
So the thing about this, Sarah, is that the only way that he would know that, and I know how he knows that, is because he has some information, and I have a very unique last name, very unique, very fucking unique, and there is only one way that he would know that, right? That means that he's being a gossipy little bitch going around and getting information about me, right? Because that's a very specific claim to make, isn't it, Greg?
Chill, bro. Chill.
Shut the fuck up, Simon. I don't have time to fucking talk to you. I'll cook your dumb ass later.
And see, you're not denying it. You live in another country because you can't come back to this.
I live in another country for my fucking family. Do you want to know why I live in another fucking country? Do you want me to put it on the table? I live in another fucking country so you can be fucking comfortable over there. How about that?
No, you're not. You're a lying little bitch.
Oh, I'm a lying little bitch. Prove it, bitch. Prove it, bitch.
As a third party,
prove it, bitch. Shut the fuck up, Fox. I don't like you either. Everybody, shut up. Let me get my shit off.
Take your side, dumbass.
I don't give a fuck about what side you're trying to take.
Every goddamn thing you've ever said. You've never said a true thing in your life.
Why the fuck do I have to lie about anything? Why the fuck?
Okay. All right. Hold on a second. Like, I understand we want to knock this down, but we're not getting anywhere if we're all yelling at each other. All right. We can actually have the conversation. We just proved it tonight. 2 people came in hot and heavy, ready to duke it out, and they were able to get down to the crux of the argument peacefully, civilly. Let that set the example for the rest of the evening. I was so proud of these 2 men having this conversation tonight. And then now we've just gone into total shit show. We're going to have the conversation. We're going to have it kindly. Okay. I know it sounds gay and kindergarten-ish, but obviously the 2 of you can't get along with the yelling shit. So let's do this as peacefully as we can, please. And thank you. And Simon, shut the fuck up.
Oh shit. What else you got to say, Grit?
Okay,
Grit, let me ask you this question. Real quick.
You're the one that came in.
Let me ask you this question. What proof do you have that I'm living here to run away?
What proof?
Don't you say whatever I want? Don't you think that there should be other reasons that I should live here? Maybe to actually make my family comfortable. Maybe to make my family comfortable. Okay, ad homs, and okay, attack the person, not the conversation.
Hold on, Resto. Let him answer the
minute we squashed it, you immediately ran to another channel and talked shit.
Respectfully, that wasn't the question. I asked you, why do you think I'm living in another country right now? Why do you think that?
Down and talk like a man. Otherwise,
why? I'm not going to lower my voice for you. Why do you think that I'm living in another country? Because it's full of nuke at this point. I don't give a shit. Why do you think I'm living in another country? And please make sure you have proof.
I don't give a shit.
Please make sure you have proof.
I don't give a shit.
Because they're eating the cats and the dogs?
No, I'm right.
Eating the dogs. They're eating the
cats. No, I'm right.
Wait, who said that? Was that Simon? Fuck you, Simon.
You're not denying shit. You are a gossipy drama queen little bitch.
We literally just pulled up a clip of you
Your mouth
gossiping.
Every time I turn around,
Literally
I
just
got
pulled up a clip
Resto
of you
bouncing on my nuts talking about me.
I would be the only person ever bouncing on your nuts at this point.
Oh.
Oh yeah. That's the best.
I'm not gay, but I fuck you to prove a point.
Come on, man.
That's a
You're
flow state
weak.
quote.
Jeez, come on, give me something, man. I gotta have some fun tonight. I was almost about to go to sleep on this damn panel.
I am gay, and this is kind of hot.
Let's go. Let's go.
Okay, whatever. You guys
got the
fucking
cake
take
going.
that.
Come on, man. Keep going, you little bitch.
Solution.
No,
Coming
I'm
right
asking
back
you-
to
I'm
Diddy.
asking
Just
you-
give
I'm
me a
asking
couple
you for
minutes.
straight
Good. Give me
I'm
something.
asking
Give me a
you for
couple
straight
minutes. I'll reference Diddy again.
Okay,
You're
I'm asking you.
Diddy.
I'm
He
asking
looks
you
like
an
Diddy
actual
in the
question.
get-up, but
Why
he
do
ain't
you
that
think
cool.
that I live in another country?
I don't care, Resto.
But you have it in your
damn
mind to
mouth.
go around spreading
You literally
rumors,
said
right?
on another
You-
panel that we would
You
squat.
have it in your mind. Don't
You lied.
don't
You're a
deflect.
liar.
Don't deflect.
I
I'm
don't
not a
really-
liar. I'm not a liar. Never. I don't lie about anything. I might be a piece of shit,
gonna
but I'm
talk
not a
shit
liar.
about
That's
you
one
the
thing
rest
I'm
of
not.
my fucking life. Fuck off and die, you little bitch.
Oh, I can't wait for you to die.
Be
Die slow,
mindful.
bitch. I hope it
Be
hurts.
mindful. Be mindful how we're talking, gentlemen.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, I don't want to get. This is not my stream. I'm sorry.
Hi, Sarah. How you- how you
I
doing?
apologize for telling you to die slow.
How you doing, Sarah?
It was
Fuck you, Simon.
cool.
Shut up.
I ain't got time for you,
Wait.
Resto. You can argue as much as you want. I'm trying to. I'm
Today is
interested
not
in
your
how
day,
Sarah-
Simon. Today is not. You are not important to me.
I don't
Yes.
care about you. I didn't
Simon,
argue about you.
Simon, you are always on a short lease. In this point in time, I suggest you just
I
shut
didn't
the
even
fuck
realize
up.
there's
Dead ass, bro. This is
What?
not your fight right now.
Simon, why click the link right now? Like out of curiosity. Why?
Because Simon loves to
Hi,
be.
Neve.
in-
How you doing, Neve?
I'm fucking great, but I'm worse now that you're here.
Grid, all I want to ask is, like, why the fuck are you going around listening to fucking people that are going to spread false rumors about me, and you're going to just say them as truth? Why you're putting me and my family in
Why
danger?
did you go
Answer my
immediately to the
question.
closed panel
Answer
and
my
run your
question.
dick sucker
Answer
about
my
me?
question.
No,
Answer
you
my
answer mine,
question.
bitch.
Sir, answer
You
my
did-
question.
you answer my
Answer
question.
my
Literally,
question, you
gentlemen,
fucking Walmart greeter.
Gentlemen,
You went to closed panel
Damn.
and you ran
Suck
your
my
money
dick.
maker.
on for all of you guys. Right
Jesus
here.
Christ.
This message is sponsored in part by.
Man,
You aren't going
okay.
to ship this to me, you little
That's
bitch.
not really
I was a little
You
worried where that
ran
video
your
was
mouth
going.
Immediately after saying, no, we're cool. Everything's
didn't answer
cool.
my question.
I don't give a shit about Resto anymore.
You didn't
Just
answer my question.
on my side of the
Why
internet.
you-
You stay on
hasn't
yours.
answered the
You
question.
masculine. Can you
What
guys
you
calm down?
That's
still
what
hasn't
you did,
answered
you
the
little
question.
bitch. What
How?
you did was immediately run to another
anybody
panel
ever
and
heard
him
ruin
answer a
your
question?
cocksucker.
You guys calm down.
Hasn't answered the question. Shut the fuck up, Simon. Jesus
Mommy,
Christ.
daddy's don't
down.
fight. Don't fight,
You know what?
mommy
Fuck
and
this.
daddy.
Fuck this.
Yeah,
Sarah,
man,
hold on. I'm gonna give you
yeah.
10 to drop this
Mommy is-
motherfucker. Like, it's over with for you, Simon.
You can't
I'm
keep
done-
doing
I'm done
anything
with
but
you.
keep trying to put it back on me. You are the one that
No,
raised
I
it.
came up here to ask you a
Your
question.
mouth
You don't
shut.
want to answer the
That's
question.
what
Simon,
happened.
you got to go
Now
today. I'm
I'm
sorry.
some money.
Simon, you're out of here.
You know what?
At
I'm
least
gonna
give me
give
10
her
minutes.
some money. There
Fuck
you go.
you, Grid.
I'm
Fuck
gonna
you,
dick.
Grid.
Boom.
I could pay to get you down too, but I'm not going to do that because I'm going to address you like the man that I think
All right,
that you are.
listen, everyone. Like when
are
we're all
crazy.
spurging, when we're all spurging, I'm going to use the word spurging if it hurts
use it,
somebody's
use it. That's a
fucking
good term.
feelings. I don't
Good term.
care. But Simon, you've been dropped for 10 minutes. I'm not even setting a timer.
I like the word spurging.
All
It's
you
like-
retard cuck simps spurging right now.
Yes, y'all are, Nev.
Get 'em.
And-
Y'all are.
okay, so
Good
let's do
Fuck you,
this,
Grid.
gentlemen. We're gonna go around the panel. So I would ask Grid and Resto to just be mindful for a moment. And thank you, Trib1, for the $2. Possible to get a verdict from the panel. That's a good question. So let's go around the panel, and I'd like everybody to put their 2 cents in for 2 minutes of what they think so far about this dramatic event. Starting with you, 10th man, and we'll work our way around.
Seen it 1,000 times before. Buddy with the glasses and the hat just likes to cause trouble. And the other guy on here is trying to get you clicks and views and donos and more people watching by fighting. It's the perfect formulation. Go ahead.
To you, Melanie.
So I was gonna take sides before, but honestly, I'm realizing that there's no one here to truly root for.
Me.
It's a show. I'm feeling kind of cucked off the panel, but I'm just being selfish, so ignore me.
That's fair. Neve, to you, my love.
Well, great. It did seem like a pointed statement to just be conjuring. So I'm wondering if there's any factual basis for it, like if there's some sort of, underlying reason why you would have brought that up. In the video that he showed us.
Oh yeah, no, that's true. That's 100% true.
Okay,
Arbiter,
but what is your belief as to why it's?
Don't worry, I'll be back.
True?
All right, 10 minutes, Resto, for you. I'll set a timer.
Why do you believe that to be true?
Because I trust the person that gave me the information.
Okay, so there's somebody in the background, probably Speakeasy, who
not Speakeasy.
Okay.
I'll be honest. It's not Speakeasy. Honestly, I don't talk to Speakeasy about anything really.
Okay,
So.
The point that I'm making is that the intensity of Resto's energy right now seems to be informed by the seemingly baseless conjecture, right?
Well, it's not baseless, and he knows it. Otherwise, he wouldn't be that pissed about it.
If he owes child support, there'd be a warrant. Hold on. If he owes child support, there should be a warrant out for him. Public information. Go check it out.
Somebody's Canadian.
Well, I didn't say that he was owed child support. I said that he was hiding out there for because his family's involved with BLM. But that's irrelevant.
How about you, Trippy? How about you, Trippy? Have you been watching so far?
I had to set up everything, so I missed a good chunk of what's going on. But like, if Resto's fighting somebody, I'm probably gonna be on Resto's side. It's gonna be.
Well, let me
like
share. Let me.
That's fair. That's fair. That's cool.
Yeah, I like Grid. I like Speakeasy. I like everybody.
Let me bring you up to speed. We have this clip. That I'll play one more time.
BLM.
Yeah.
The founders.
Well, that Resto Chesto guy, his family was part of that. That's why he's hiding out in fucking Korea because he's part of his family's part of fucking BLM.
No shit, dude.
Yeah.
No fucking shit.
Yeah. Fuck that guy.
Dude, that's BLM.
Yeah.
The
Okay. So that's where we stand on that. And so Resto is making the claim that Grid is, essentially kind of spreading lies on another panel.
No, he didn't say I spread lies.
He
just to know why I said it. He's not denying it because it's true.
Whatever the case may be.
Pretty sure he denied it.
He did.
Yeah, he did, because he did say, like, do you want to know why I'm doing this? And here's why X, Y, Z. But either way, Resto is mad at Grid for saying that on a panel. On a completely different panel that has nothing to do with mine, but here.
Nothing to do with it.
But like, why do you think that? Is that just like a guess or?
No. It came from Resto himself, and he knows it.
All right. And I mean, like, if Resto was part of BLM, I mean,
well, no, his family's part of BLM. He's
a whole lot of other people who donated to BLM and had no idea that there was ulterior motives. You know what I mean?
Sure.
Like, I'm not a supporter of it, but back when I was the guy on my own Facebook, telling my family, like,
I'm not going to get into it. It's not worthwhile to get into.
Yeah. Okay.
It's just not worthwhile to get into. As much fun as it would be, because I'm awake and I'm having a good time and it's fun.
Maybe Resto's not really black, and he's just been wearing a filter from Facebook or something.
Could be. I don't know.
And Arbiter was the one who originally paid to boot Resto, but he has requested to bring Resto back now. So.
Oh wow.
So thank you, Arbiter, for being conflicted.
It's fun to fight on the internet, Sarah.
There we go.
Sometimes, but
as long as it doesn't go outside of the internet in most cases, right?
Yes, I think when people go to the next level and attack people personally at home or whatever the case may be, I think that's where lines should be absolutely drawn. That's a big no-no. Keep the fight on the internet, do your thing. Mm-hmm. Okay, has the panel had the ability to make its peace, or did anybody else aside from Resto and Grid have some thoughts?
I just want to thank Trippy Cast for being here. Your energies are exactly what we need right now.
Yes.
All right.
Trippy. I love Trippy. That actually
I do
made me
need
happy. So here's the thing, Grid. My family, I am not.
Hang on, I got. Hang on one second.
No,
Get my volume turned down. Give me 1 second. There you go.
Turn it up.
Keep going.
All right. So my family, I will not deny that. a half of my family, yes, I'm going full nuke. I don't care anymore. I do not associate with them. Do you know I have not seen anybody with my last name besides my daughter ever? Do you know that? So the fact that you know that, right, means that somebody told you. And there's only one fucking person that will tell you that. And since you're saying that I'm being a gossipy little bitch, you're going around being a gossipy.
I never said you were a gossipy little bitch.
No.
I said that.
Shut up and let me fucking finish my goddamn statement.
Go right
You
ahead.
sit in the corner and think about your goddamn actions. Now,
Hey, you know what?
you're
Fuck
saying,
you, asshole.
No,
Fuck
let me
you.
get my shit off.
Fuck
Let me get my shit
you.
off.
Who the fuck are you? You're nobody. You're less than nobody.
We were
You live
so
here. You got a
close.
shitty life, and I'm sorry, but
We
fuck
were so
you.
close, but Grid cannot just handle
Fuck
truth. He
you.
cannot handle facts.
All right,
Fuck
let's
you.
let's finish your thought, Resto, and then Grid, you can respond.
Now, Grid, you're going around being a gossipy little bitch. The only reason that I'm mad is because I have a very unique name, and you know probably at this point, right? You probably know who I am. The fact is, my daughter has that same last name, and I am not virtue signaling at all at this point. I'm just saying you should just stop going around being a gossipy little bitch and saying things that you don't know that for facts. Saying that I live in Korea because I'm going around fucking avoiding America because I'm a part of BLM. Not true at all. I live in Korea to make my fucking family comfortable. I have the facilities to live anywhere the fuck I want to on Earth. So I think that you should check yourself before you get fucking wrecked, okay? Fuck around and fucking find out, Grid. End statement.
Okay, to you, Grid.
You stop talking about me, and I'll stop talking about you. You started this shit, and I
Talk
will
about these
continue,
nuts.
and I will finish it.
Talk about these nuts.
Yeah.
Hold on, Resto.
Yeah,
Let him.
there you go.
Let him get his thought.
War. We have war.
It's
That's
war then,
fine.
bitch. It's war then, bitch. Don't go to war with somebody who actually goes to war, bitch.
You don't go to war. You talk like a bitch behind people's backs.
Mm-hmm. Ask why I don't got ops.
Whatever.
You can stand in line after them at the pearly gates, bitch.
Yeah. Okay.
Everybody
So,
feel
I like
better?
hamburgers.
Does everybody feel
I
better?
like cheeseburgers better than hamburgers.
There we
but
go.
I think one of you's got a pop trunk.
On which car?
Let's talk about food. I love food.
Oh my goodness, it's wonderful.
What were we talking about again?
Well,
Cuckoldry. That's what we're watching right now.
Black Lives Mattering.
Oh no, I don't want that.
And they
topic.
do. And they do.
We're not going on that topic. Yeah, we can get back to
Great lives
cuckoldry.
matter.
We
I'll
can
start
get
a
back
business
to-
called
Oh.
Chickens Lay Eggs.
Mhm.
See if I can get some support.
Grid hasn't breathed this hard in a long time. This is the most exercise he's gotten in fucking months.
Nah, me too.
I don't even understand what the claim that Grid is saying. Like, where's the shame in that statement? Like,
It
is
was
that
just
this
funny
is like an
thing.
American thing, or
that we were talking about that Chesto's all pissed off about.
but what? But it's okay. But like as like some sort of like
Did you not see the two of us laughing when we were talking about it? It was fun.
yeah, but like
Okay.
fair enough. But I think like where is the
Yeah,
shame
why is
justification?
Chesto so
Like, why
mad?
are you?
Why is he so mad?
Well, it's an open conversation for both of you. I'm curious.
He doesn't want his daughter being involved in internet drama.
I didn't say anything about his daughter.
Yeah.
Or his
Because
name.
with the internet drama stuff, it only goes so far before it's out of your hands. Like if you're the one that starts it, or I'm not saying you're starting drama. I'm just saying.
Yeah,
Like,
well, you know, somebody kept talking about me on panels, and when they agreed not to, and if you fucking break the rules, you get fucked.
During the
It
same
is.
fucking stream.
I think that at the end of the day, the proper response is to just pretend somebody doesn't exist. I like to
Yeah.
play that game. It's a fun game to play. Like I just pretend they fell off the face of the earth, and I don't acknowledge their existence, especially if they don't like me, they say mean things about me or whatever. We have plenty of those people.
Yeah.
And
Should've
it's
done that way.
I just pretend they're dead. You know, it's just easier. Gentlemen, I think if you guys can stay in your corners, you can talk all the shit you want on a different panel. You
There
can
you
talk
go.
all the
Yes,
shit you
ma'am.
want and do all of those things
Oh, he'll
in
be
your
over
own,
on those states
in your,
10 minutes whining.
and that's fine. And that's fine. But I think that if we just pretend that the other one doesn't exist, don't watch shit. Don't watch bad shit people say about you. Number one, it's incredibly toxic to your health. Number
Sure.
two, it's not good for you. It's not doing you're not gaining anything. I used to watch all of that shit and I was like, why am I wasting my time watching somebody, say such ill will about me? No, I'm not going to do it. So I think my recommendation would be stay in your corners. You obviously don't typically panel together. I don't see you guys really like on panels sharing conversations, so I don't think we have to worry about that. You don't even like really play in the same arena. So I think at the end of the day, you should be fine if you just stay in your corners and don't watch each other's shit.
That was
what I want to know. What I want to know is who made the guy aware that other guy was talking about him, because he probably wasn't watching it. So really what you got to think about is whoever sent you the link or the clip.
It doesn't matter. It was a bit.
They're the one behind the scenes that's trying to cause this.
I know.
You guys don't look at what's going on.
I know who. We all know.
It's Speakeasy.
Well, even at that, okay,
I know
people,
Speakeasy. I know
people,
Speakeasy told him.
I will say,
Speakeasy did
people,
not tell me shit. Speakeasy.
hold on
does
for a second, gentlemen. I am talking. What is the number one rule I have on this panel? I just have one. Thank you. It wouldn't matter who sent it to him. People send me shit of people talking shit about me all the time, and I just ignore it. I don't click on it. I don't care. I'm not going to waste my time or energy. I have very minimal time to care. So it doesn't necessarily matter who sent it, and you can chalk them up as like, oh, they're a fire starter, a drama starter, whatever. And we know that there's those people out there. They always know everything of what's going on and always somehow end up telling the person who's being talked about, like, yo, such and such is talking about you. That's fine. It's going to happen. But what you choose to do with that information is what defines who you are. What's that saying? You can tell about a man based on what angers him, right? And if another man talking shit about you pisses you off, then I think that you guys have more to think about internally versus what you have to say about each other. Thank you.
Damn.
Oh, that's how we mom around here.
Look, girl, just don't go down on the fucking Titanic. That's all I'm saying. Get off the boat.
I'm pretty sick of like this whole gossip culture, to be honest.
Oh my God. Shut up, Fox. This has nothing to do with you.
Don't fuck with the Fox.
No, I second that. I second this completely.
You're the one coming on here, spurging out on Grid, and Grid spurging out on you. We were all having a really nice conversation and getting along just fine until this shit started. Now we're at a peaceful place. Don't come in trying to stir shit with my little Fox friend.
You're right.
I was
did
tolerating
apologize
it.
in advance. I came in here knowing that I was gonna fuck this shit up. I already knew that. I'm sorry.
Understood. But now that it's done, Mommy has spoken. Now we're gonna get back to whatever the panel wants to talk about. Melanie, whatever you were saying after I read the super chat, please go ahead. Arbiter coming in with the $2. I can neither confirm or deny I did not snitch. Thanks,
Yeah, same here. Same here. Actually,
We all thought it was the Arbiter.
All
It
right.
was me. Wait, no, I don't know anything.
Melanie, you were mid-thought before you were rudely interrupted, so the floor is yours.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't personally get off much to drama content. I feel like I need someone to kind of explain to me like what's in it for you when you watch it, if anyone here does watch it, or just like what are people watching it for?
Yeah, so basically sometimes on panels there's like personalities and they can act aloof or like they're in a moral high position for some reason, and then somebody will come along and then sort of shatter that self-perception they have for themselves. And a lot of people really enjoy that sort of content because what you're doing is you're injecting that person with self-awareness. And even if they don't get it, they can watch it back later on and then maybe come to their conclusion themselves. Do you understand that?
Sure, that's why I debate people.
Okay, well, then you understand why I'm telling you.
But don't you think like the debate format and just kind of like the back and forth is better than the screaming over each other and talking past each other?
I enjoy it. I enjoy it. I grew up I have 4 brothers. It's just dinner time, as far as I'm concerned.
And
But-
Crack-a-lackin' coming with the $2. Listen to your mommy. Yes, I think I'm going to dub myself as the YouTube mob now.
Mel isn't here.
Oh, I even think like you're probably one of the best panel hosts in the scene. Whatever you're being paid, it isn't enough.
I get paid whatever you guys give me.
Exactly. Donate to Sarah.
Maybe for every shit starter, like they have to pay in advance, like Resto. We're gonna start a thing. Like you have to apologize in advance.
Say you're sorry with donations.
Also,
apologize.
I do apologize, Sarah. Like it could have been anybody's panel. It's nothing personal.
I think typically, based on the circles that you guys hang in, Grid is likely not going to be on a panel that you have access to. Not going to be on a panel that you have the ability to get on, whether the host will allow you or whether the link is privately exchanged or not. So I think that you found an opportunity because I happen to be associated with both of you. And you took it, which I understand. And it's kind of like what this channel thrives on is allowing me to mod crazy shit. So understood. But we could have definitely, had a better warning shot, in a different way because we were on such a nice conversation. So,
yeah, I don't typically give warning shots, but I do want to say I apologize. Not to Grid, fuck Grid, but I apologize to you.
Yeah, fuck you too. It's okay. Don't worry about it.
You're
good.
The audience, I'm pretty sure y'all were loving this fucking conversation.
Why don't you guys actually fuck?
Yeah,
We're not
you guys.
gay.
Trippy, I
mean, I'll say that he's gay, but he's not really
Look,
gay.
look. When you're done, you can say no
That is
homo.
the only true thing you said. Just
don't look each other in the eyes.
Trust me, I'm about to beat the brakes off my wife after this, bro. I'm gonna have the great sex. I'm gonna have great sex.
See how horned up it got him?
Yeah.
Told ya.
Gay.
10th man nailed it.
I can smell her making French toast downstairs right now.
I had French toast today.
Oh, that's so cute.
It's not gay if one of you guys wears nail polish.
Ooh.
What?
Is it?
That's how it works.
I don't believe that. No.
That's how it works. If one of you guys puts on a wig, that's not gay anymore.
Well, you can't be a man.
I want to know how
right?
many bottles of baby oil you guys got at your houses.
1,000 each.
Baby oil check.
That's a wild ass statement.
And Arbiter coming in with the $5. I'd like to take this time to apologize for absolutely nothing. Thank you, Arbiter. You are forgiven.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, I get it. I'm not gonna apologize to Grid. I know he's sitting over here laughing, but I really don't give a fuck.
You guys don't have to apologize to each
Grid.
other.
Fuck him and his big body fat ass. Fuck his 5 miles to the gallon looking ass. Fuck the reason they made double doors ass so he can go through fucking doors. Fuck Grid. Stop
That was
talking
almost
about
good.
my fucking family. It was very good. I'm very fucking funny if you actually listen.
You're not.
Shut
You're
the
not
fuck
funny
up, Grid.
usually.
Fuck
Yeah,
you.
short ass,
Stop
sitting down
talking
ass
about my-
motherfucker.
Yeah, go get some fucking shoulders. Get some fucking posture. Stop talking about me. Stop talking about my family, and then we'll be good. Okay?
No, we're never gonna be good, motherfucker, because you don't honor shit.
I
You're a
don't
lying
understand,
bitch.
Yeah. Okay.
I
yeah,
don't
and still
think
no
I don't
lies.
think you guys should make any form of agreement to not talk about
No,
each
because you
other.
won't follow it.
That's-
That's why I won't make any agreement with
lies?
you.
Well, I
What
think
lies,
that
Grid?
that's hold on, gentlemen. I think that is kind of out the window, and we should just accept
is,
that
100%.
as a possibility.
He
But
is
what
not
I
a
will
trustworthy
say,
individual.
is just stay out of each other's corners, right? Obviously,
You can't be trusted to do that.
Obviously, you're both welcome here, and I don't mind having you both on panel as long as we're engaging in the discussion and we're not going to bring more of the crazy drama stuff back up. But, if you both stay in your corners, do your own thing, and stop watching each other's shit.
No one watches fucking Grid. No,
don't
I don't
care.
No one watches Grid. Who watches Grid 1? Who
I
says
like to watch
there's
Grid.
a Grid 1 stream? Let me go check into that. Let me
I
see what
do.
Grid 1's doing today. No
Grid
one.
is-
No one No one has your
Grid is-
notifications on, Grid. No one
Shut
gives
up,
a fuck.
Presto. Shut up,
I like,
Presto.
I like to sit in a chair in the corner and watch Grid 1 do what he does. Like, does that make me a cuck?
Don't sit in the corner, bro. That's weird.
I cry every now and then. I cry though. Every now and then, just every now and then.
That's what
Sorry, I
Grid
had-
does.
had company I
That,
didn't
that
mean
little
to leave.
that little fucking chair in the hotel room that's in
That
the
makes
corner. That's what Grid sits.
In the
fuck are
dark.
you talking about? It
With
makes
his
makes
baby
sense, man. If you're gonna try and be funny, at least make sense.
I'm not being funny. I'm being factual.
Do you remember
No,
when I used the R slur sometimes apply to people that aren't actually
Yeah,
R
yeah,
slurs?
you're right,
This
you're
is
right.
what we're talking about right now. So
Yep.
This
At
is-
least we came back to topic. Thank you,
Okay.
GS.
Yeah, I'll let y'all go back to topic.
Yeah, let's go to cucks. Let's talk about cucks.
I actually want to talk about biological imperatives of generally specific.
Wait a minute.
Oh,
Are
God, okay, I'm
stepdads
out.
cucks?
Or what?
Are stepdads cucks?
Now we covered that earlier, man. I'm sorry.
Oh, I missed it. I'm sorry. I've heard that before from people though.
What's up?
That was the entire debate that Andrew had tonight.
Oh, I missed the whole debate part. Like I clicked on the stream when I was in the bathroom, and I was having like some fun in the bathroom. Not so much fun. My stomach. hurt. But
Trippy.
I was in there. I was tearing it up. I was typing to people in chat. They were like, "Join Trippy." I'm like, "I'm in the bathroom."
Tearing it up is crazy. Okay.
Dude, I was
Tearing it up
destroying
is
that
wild.
toilet. Like I went in there with all my bondage gear and I started smacking the toilet with a cat of nine tails.
I can't even be mad.
Trippy, how was
Fuck,
Trippy? How was your birthday? Did you guys like do a movie stream or something?
Yeah, we watched Happy Death Day 1 and 2, and my ass fell asleep.
Your
And it felt like I
ass.
was sitting on my tailbone by the end of the show.
You seem to have a lot of butt issues today.
All right, sir.
I do.
I'm gonna let you go.
Fair
Sorry
enough.
in advance. Well, not in advance. Sorry for this.
Now we're getting into my
Grid,
expertise.
It's not fucking over. I'm going full nuke on everybody. I don't give a fuck. I don't care anymore.
Yeah.
over with. It's
Speaking of
over
which,
for all y'all.
what's your beef with me?
Fuck
Like,
you, Fox.
I've never come at you.
It's because you're annoying, Mel. You're super
Just
fucking
angry.
annoying.
I only annoy the worst
on it.
people.
You
I do
are
have-
actually insufferable. The last 3-4 months of you not being on the internet was the best time of my life, and you
Oh.
have emerged through the sludge once again.
Okay, what's your
and
beef with me?
you're-
Come on.
Oh,
Use better
do,
words.
Oh,
do you guys
God.
need to speed date now?
Yes, we do.
Beef, beef,
Okay.
beef, chicken,
All right.
hamburgers.
How you doing, Neve?
I'm doing well, thanks. How are you?
I'm all right. I'm enjoying my time here.
Okay, here are some very honest criticisms, okay? Number one, when you're in a conversation, when there's like something being discussed and you have like a bunch of moving components, you are really good at like, we're talking about, let's say we're talking about, I don't know, the animal kingdom, okay? We're talking about the animal kingdom. We're talking about the dynamics that the animals face with human beings. And you're going to like halt the discussion to talk about this one very specific breed of like chihuahuas that does like a cool thing that you think is like relevant to the discussion. This is just like a consistent pattern with you.
Are you
And
saying people
other
don't
things
love
like that.
chihuahuas?
I love chihuahuas. I do not love when they're being used to derail discussions. I think you're bastardizing chihuahuas.
It's a double-edged sword, to be sure. Like, I like to go deep in these things. I'm sorry if you find that annoying, but I think also some people do appreciate it because if they're interested in the topic, knowing more about that topic is inherently more interesting. But
Well,
see,
so if they're talking about the macro pieces of that topic and you zoom in so much, are we really talking about that topic? Or are we talking about like an ant in the context of like the ant hill? Do you know what I'm saying? Like,
sure. My personal experience is that people often do refer back to me when I do that. I try to be helpful, but I can also see what you're saying, that can sometimes just block things up.
okay, second, are you ready for the second
Yep.
criticism? Okay. Criticism number 2. You have this really weird way of attempting to like play nice with people from different ideological backgrounds and whatever else. And it's cute. That's fine. However, we both know that you're about as left as they get. Very progressive left.
Thank
Or
you.
I don't know how you would. Sure. And you seem to find and pick very specific
issues with sort of people who detract from your like larger worldview, and then you will pearl clutch about those sorts of things until you're so insufferable that you get like removed or banned from a community. Multiple occasions. I have like 3 or 4 communities in mind.
I mean, okay, so I guess I need you to elaborate, because I've seen people do the same thing about me, and that's not saying that's okay. It's just oftentimes like people are like pretty bad, and me saying like, by the way, these people are pretty bad. Like, I think we're all kind of doing that around here, right?
Yeah. So in this conversation, you would have like participated. So here's an example of something that I would see you do. So you would say that using the R slur is probably not a good thing. It has like consequences for people who aren't involved in the discussion. Therefore, we shouldn't use the word or the tone or whatever. All of that stuff matters, right? You think about the people who are external to the discussion. Okay. But
I'm not sure
there are people who don't necessarily. Okay. So you're talking about we shouldn't use words, right?
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. And I'm thinking about people. Okay. Now I get what you mean. Sorry.
Okay, so you'll bring up an argument like we shouldn't use the R slur, okay? Mm-hmm. And then you will participate on a panel with people who have no issues with using that R slur. But when it comes convenient for you, let's say in the future, Sarah sours on you and she decides she no longer likes you, well, then we're going to see you schizoing out in the chat talking about all the usages of the R word, all the certain people that use it, the one time she used it. Like, this is just a weird thing that you do where you try and play like both sides to a situation, but are also super quick to kind of like flip the script and pearl clutch when something's like inconvenient for you, to the point that like you get blocked and banned out of like communities.
Sure, I won't deny I've been blocked and banned out of some communities, not all of them, of course.
Like 4 or 5 that I can think of.
Okay, thanks. Sure. That's reasonable.
That's a lot.
Not for some, but you know, I think that's fair at least. And I'll just say that, you know, perceptions are subjective. So I wouldn't blame you for thinking that necessarily, but I think it kind of goes both ways with this sort of thing, where you know, I try to reciprocate what people give to me. If people are let me on their platform, they listen to me and stuff like that, I listen to them. And if they show me a different side of them, then I think it's just natural that I show a different side of myself.
Yeah, I think you're fucking crazy.
Speaking of letting people up,
what does that mean? That's not a criticism.
It is a very big criticism. I think when people see you in that moment where you are pearl clutching and you are spurg schizoing in a chat to try and diminish the person that you're talking to because you don't like the sort of tone or the talking points that person has, then I think that maybe they'll see a different side of to what I'm saying, right? But I mean, I have no interest in people not liking you because I don't like you.
I don't know. I've had plenty of disagreements where I don't start beef with people. Everything's fine. Certain people seem to take these disagreements way more seriously than I do. And if they would just start going back to treating me normally, then I treat them normally. That's usually how it works.
Okay. Well, and this is beyond all of all of the major community criticisms and all the other things.
If you keep waving that hilarious censored thing around, I'm going to have to censor you because I cannot talk while I'm laughing.
It's
like the Keffel's
I did something and now it's over there.
And all of that stuff. Those are wider points.
So wait, you have more things against me?
Oh, absolutely.
How many are on
these
this
are
list?
Specific things that I've noticed, but I think prior to this, in your lore, I would say 2 big ones that stand out in my head.
Okay.
And we all just get along.
Can I ask a question before you get on to the other things?
Yeah.
Are both of you guys gay?
Oh my god.
I'm just asking. Because I am gay. So I'm just asking, are you both of you guys gay?
Well, I'm not interested.
No, I'm just asking.
Why are you gay?
Melanie,
because I'm getting the impression that you are. And that's why I don't like other gay people.
Melanie, I saw you in my green room the other night. It's just I only allow so many people up on my panel at a time.
Oh yeah, I understand.
Okay, good. I didn't want you left before I could bring you up and say anything. So.
Oh no, I totally understood, and you said that during the panel too. It was a good panel.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
I hope I can make it to one in the future.
Yeah, it was. We don't actually get. We actually, we don't get surprise guests that much because I try and schedule everything and all of that. But it was good. It would have been cool to have you up.
And I just remember this now. I'm sorry about the link thing. I didn't even know that you had, tried to put it out carefully. Princess just said he had the link and invited me along.
Sure.
And I don't think any.
I wasn't mad about it. It was just weird that there were just random people popping into the green room, and I'm like, what the hell?
And Ava even DM'd me, said to tell you that she really did not hand out the link. So I think there was just chain of custody with mods. Maybe they didn't.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter. It's just I just run my show a little differently than other people run theirs because I have a very specific aim and trajectory for my show. So
cool. You do racing, right?
Well, I used to. I'm retired now.
Well, that makes sense at least to be kind of focused in that way on what's ahead of you.
He said the R slur. Oh, he said retired. Okay.
Yeah. I retired.
All the words that start with Wolverine now. Sorry, what?
I'm sorry, Trippy Cast. I missed that.
Oh, and Deadpool and Wolverine at one point, they get. I don't know if I'm giving away too many spoilers if you haven't seen the movie, but Wesley Snipes is in there as Blade, and Ryan Reynolds or Deadpool says to him at one point, he goes, I thought you were retired, and he looks at him, he goes, retarded, and then he's like, no, I said retired.
That's funny.
It's like, yeah.
Actually, no, that wasn't funny. I'm very offended. I'm not funny. Not funny. Unacceptable. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, no, I was so offended, my butt itched. So,
Yeah.
you feel it in your tailbone.
The whole movie is offensively boring, but no, that's just my opinion. If you like the movie, good for you.
That's fine. It looks like it's cameo heavy, but everything from Marvel is now cameo heavy.
So you must have really liked the Marvels then?
Me?
Yeah.
I'm just not big into the superhero stuff.
What kind of movies do you like?
I really I'm into Star Wars right now, and just kind of, I guess, cinematic universes that are big.
Like the newest one, The Acolyte? You like The Acolyte?
No, but I did like Ahsoka. Ahsoka, it didn't finish the greatest, but it the whole show just went really hard. And really paid homage to the old series well. But I don't know. I whenever I look at superhero movies, especially past the early 2000s era, it just seems so fan servicey, and that always bores me. You can almost predict what's going to happen in the sense that you may not know who's going to appear, but you know that they're going to have someone appear in the movie to make the crowd go woo, and then it's okay, well, that gets old.
Yeah, why would we ever want our childhood dreams of the things that we imagined to come true in cinematography? Why would we want that?
I'm just boring like that, okay? If you enjoy it, I'm not telling you not to. It's just for me, I'm the sort of person who
it just seems you're the type of person that thinks that this type of attitude where you're, snidey and stuff like that makes it seem interesting, but it doesn't.
No, with Star Wars,
boring.
With Star Wars, I am a bit of a snob. I'm
Sir and/or ma'am.
Ma'am.
I think the term you're looking for,
whatever,
might be hipster.
Alrighty.
Is that,
I would love to
term?
sit here and debate Marvel with a Furby and a gay dude, but I have to go do some laundry. So thank you so much, Sarah.
Oh, we're not debating Marvel. We're debating psychology.
Whatever you're doing is worse.
Bye, Neve.
Talk to you guys later. Have a good night.
Skibbies.
Bye, Neve.
Wash your skibbies.
By the way, may I just point out, in my defense, I tried to take all of her criticisms as constructively as possible. I did my best, but I have my standards. I know myself, so I also stood up for myself a bit. I'm okay with people not liking me. That's all.
Yeah, it's okay to take criticisms. It's okay to give criticisms, and I think when it's done in the proper, channel or direction, I think that it kind of you can actually digest it later and do something with that information as you need to.
The problem is I've been aware of this criticism for a long time, and it's kind of just one-sided, but to the extent that I could use it, I have, and that's why I'm here talking to you guys cordially and not being like, oh my god, Trippy made a joke with the R slur. Not that I actually ever would.
Well, I tried to say it with a bunch of extra letters. I found out that the movie The Flash is literally melatonin in movie form. So, if you guys need to go to sleep, put on The Flash. The only parts that are good.
That's the newest Flash.
That's funny.
The one with Idris. Why do I keep wanting to say
the
Idris
movie?
Elba.
No one can't.
Ezra Miller and that one and Michael Keaton.
When he had the time travel and all that.
Yeah, the Michael Keaton parts will keep you focused, but they're not until like past halfway.
I like that movie.
I like to watch it when I need to go to sleep.
What's your favorite movie that came out in the last 5 years?
Shit, I don't know.
See, that's what I
probably
mean.
that. Honestly, probably that Halloween 2018 movie. Was that 5 years? That's more than 5
No,
years. Shit.
yeah. I got to address what 10th Men said about me. So I am a snob, but I think the problem is that
I said snide, but yeah, self-identify. Go ahead.
The problem is that like I have good reason to, because not only do I like episodes 1 through 6 of Star Wars, I realize you have to watch it in the reverse order than the chronological one. So you actually have to watch episode 1 first, and then it works so much better.
We never got that opportunity, right? Because we would have saw the originals, then the other ones.
I'm not staying here if he's here.
Sarah, you don't know this. I was texting you, Sarah, and I stopped when Neve left. I was about to say this is gonna be gold. Tenth and Neve, and Neve left.
I love Neve. I love Neve.
Sense energy. They are the exact same person. That can go great with them two motherfuckers would have been on Family Guy. It could have been great.
Oh yeah, and Sarah, that reminds me. If you are going to like turn on me, just DM me so we can coordinate.
I'll let you know and
and
beforehand.
make better content, right? Because I feel like one of the problems is like you start beefing with somebody, but then you don't coordinate and say like, what does the audience want, right? How do we make this even better? You just going after each other the whole time. Like, no, we're performers, right? We've got to start like I actually started to understand wrestling once I realized this. It's not fake, right? The violence is real, but you have to be on the same page. Because when Buddy punches you in the face, you've got to like, there's got to be a part of that that's like, look, like I know what's happening right now. You don't want your fight or flight to take over, and then you're just like, you're what's it called, blacked out or redded out, or where you're just going crazy.
Yeah, it's tunnel vision or something.
Tunnel vision, right? Yeah.
My goodness. Yes, I will coordinate with you properly when I'm ready to start a public beef with you, and then we can capitalize on it.
Yeah, that's what you do. You write scripts and shit. You be like, you don't want. I'm gonna call you this name. I'm gonna call you this name, and you're gonna act like your head bounced off the wall. And then like people will give me money, and then I'll come on your channel and we'll do the same shit, and then people will give you money.
That's disgusting, but it's wrong. with you.
I was actually on a panel the other day, and it was the two Thorpes, Melanie, and some what was that guy? Tough guy, and then the last straw was Imperious came up.
Oh no!
Yeah. Okay, I'm out. I'm done. This is gonna get bloody. It's gonna be angry. I'm out. I'm done. I'm gonna go somewhere else. And
old rich ladies used to pay people to attack me.
Yeah, in other words, like we could just do
one of those old rich ladies. I know one.
YouTube Jerry Springer. That's what we could do, and we'll all sign a waiver so like we don't punch each other. We hit each other with open hands.
I was thinking about finding, if I ever did like a joke beef like this, finding a like one of those custom stuffed animal companies, then getting this Furby thing done, then sending it to the person I'm beefing with, so that way they could throw it at a wall or something.
That's brilliant.
Yeah. Are you guys aware of all the Chris Chan stuff? Are you guys aware of the Chris Chan stuff? Like when they got him to send out his Sonichu pendant, and those dudes put it in a jar of pickles.
The
and
Sonichu thing is like
peed on it and everything.
Oh yeah.
We could make that, but fake.
Have you seen the Down the Rabbit Hole video about that?
Yeah,
No.
there's a YouTube channel. There's a YouTube channel where a guy has like 87 videos, and they're all about Chris Chan, and every one of them's over an hour.
Oh,
We had not grid.
Yeah, I'm bored again.
You don't play Forza?
I'm sorry, to play Forza. No, I don't play video.
Play Forza? No.
I don't play video games now.
Aw.
So who was it that wanted to have a imperative
biological? Yeah, I was about to say if the conversation will keep grid here, I'd prefer to change the conversation. I like.
Yeah.
No, I got to be honest. Guys. I've been on way too much the last 24 hours. I am going to go do something else.
This is a rest, man.
That's because you wear a hat to hide your hair. Let's fight.
Yeah, I do have hair. I don't know why
to get some hats.
I'm balding, but I'm not bald.
Grid,
I'm in
thank
the
you
same
so
boat,
much
dude.
for stopping by today and also for helping with the wrenches. And
that
being
was
prepared for
nothing.
that. Yeah.
Sorry I showed up
actually
so
felt
late.
bad that I had someone message me and they needed my help really quickly, and I was like, I'm doing this other thing, so but it was cool.
It was totally okay because it was calm, cool, and collected, and went way better than we expected. So, but we were definitely grateful we could get all of our wrenches kind of on deck just in case. So
Yeah, I showed
So
up too
thank
damn
you.
late. I was
That's
out of the
okay.
house.
That's
I was
okay.
touching grass.
I sent it to all of my wrenches, and I wrenched up a few extra people just to make sure we had, you know, kind of
And
like
it was
the firing power.
non-issues. It was really good. And
Yeah.
you know what? If I'd known Resto was going to come in, I would have gone away. But I didn't know that he was going to do that either. I would have left when he came in.
That happened
I
today.
wasn't aware of anything. It was like 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, it was just one of those things where he made a deal, he broke it, and there are consequences for that. So
It is what it is.
it is indeed. All
It's
right,
YouTube.
GS, I
Work
see
for
you
you
coming
both.
in my chat all the time. I'm sorry that I haven't been able to say hi or anything. Don't take it that I'm being rude.
He's being rude.
He's rude as fuck, GS.
Hey,
Yeah.
dude, it's your channel, bro. You
Yeah.
got to run your channel.
I'm trying to make
I
it
enjoy
better every day. So you guys have a great night. I'm gonna get out of here.
Easy, pimp. Go fuck some. Huh? What?
That's the way to do it.
Yeah. I'm looking at my wife is like, hey,
what he said?
I got this great video about like a toilet paper roll and a sponge.
Oh
Dude.
God, trippy.
You just hear like heavy footsteps, like you're running down the hall trying to get away from them.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, well, I mean,
So
it's
the
either heavy
imperative, right?
footsteps or
Imperative,
my
right? Biological imperative. Was that Neve that wanted to have that conversation?
No,
or was
me.
that was Melanie. Okay.
Yeah, I'm the bio girl, I guess. Especially according to Neve's description of me. Got to get into
All
the
right.
micro specifics.
Just gonna run away. That's how I run. What were we talking about? I'm sorry, I broke everything.
I'm waiting for the bio discussion to start. I'm not kicking it off.
I thought you wanted
you were the
you
one that
wanted
brought
to
it
have
up.
it. So
No, I was joking about like going back to that
What's your
as
prompt?
a joke.
What's your prompt? You know? Okay. All right. never mind.
Men don't think as well when they're horny.
Okay.
Post nut clarity.
I guess you'd have to have post nut. The only way to have post nut clarity is to have stupid
Pre-nut
brain. Yeah. Thank you.
Pre-nut confusion, pre-nut cloudiness.
But seriously, like looking at just the
Squirrels.
state of all humans today, how did we actually manage to keep procreating to this point?
Men are
Well,
horny.
when a man and a woman love each other, I think you know the rest. When a bird and a bee meet in a tree, I don't have anything after that.
Is it really ethical to have a child though when like climate change is about to happen? Not calling you any parents out, by the way. You're fine.
Prove it.
Just,
Climate
just
change
philosophy
happened
discussion.
during
Melanie,
the Ice
let's-
Age, and
yeah,
there's no way humans caused it, so climate change is going to happen no matter what. That's my argument.
Let's have this discussion.
Climate change.
Because I'm 55.
It changes
years
over
old.
time. That's just what happens. It doesn't matter if we're
Yeah,
here
it
or
started
not.
getting cold a couple weeks ago. I'm terrified.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, if humans weren't here, climate would still be changing. We as humans, we act as if we're way more fucking important than we are, and we're just not that damn important. We don't have that much.
Yeah, they don't care
effect on
about
how the
Bill
planet
Gates
works.
Trippy Cast, I
wanting to
think you're
change the
important.
weather. They don't care about
We're important,
the
sure.
stuff that's actually
Us.
happening, right? We're worried
Yeah,
about
dude. Bill
Ice
Gates is a
Age or
doctor.
something.
Yeah, Bill Gates wants to be a doctor. He taught us all how to get the injections. You know,
No, now they're all nasal inhalants, right?
It's
Yeah.
even scarier because the
come here.
blood-brain
Let me
barrier. Wait,
let me use my Q-tip on you, 10th man.
I
It's gonna
can't
go
debate
way
Trippy
up in your nasal
seriously.
cavity.
I can't.
I got
Someone else
vaccine
make his
injured.
point
I
for
went to
him.
the doctor here recently after they got me to do an MRI, and I'm like, well, then why doesn't my hand work? And they're like, I don't know. And then they're like, I'm like, well, then how are you going to try to tell me it's the vaccine? That I don't think that's what it was. Oh, okay. So it's magic. It's just magic.
So is your
It's just
goal to
matter.
get to get Sarah like demonetized here and like
I'm not trying.
show noted or whatever. I mean, we talked about climate, you know, and then the
I've been trying to get the show note on my
the
own
climate
channel.
thing doesn't get people demonetized, does it?
I've been trying to get the show notes on
Depends
my
on
shit.
what side of it you're on. If you deny
No,
it,
I've seen
then
plenty
you
of
get demonetized.
So
Really?
so like
I want to see proof of that.
generally specific. What do you think about Diddy?
Well,
Oh my god.
Arbiter comes in with the $2 and says, "Give Melanie the melatonin tablets. It's time to put you to sleep."
I'll give you a link
2
to
minutes?
the Flash movie. I'll put you
Is
right
this
to
a
sleep.
2-minute timeout?
No, I think he's just saying to go to sleep.
What did I do?
I don't know.
I want to know what Joe thinks about Diddy because I sent Joe in a group text like literally 6 months ago when all that began. Because my husband's like gets deep into this stuff. I can't remember her name, like Lamborghini or Porsche or something like that. The lady who's always doing all these interviews. She's on Piers Morgan recently.
Oh, yeah.
And I sent it to Joe a long time ago, and they're like, no. And then even my husband the other day was like, there was this video of tunnels that went to either Oprah's house or Michael Jackson's house or something like that. And my husband was like, no, I don't think that that's real. And then it was real. Like I actually saw the body cam video of the cops that went through it. And I'm like, woohoo, woo.
Who do you
And you
guys
see the
think is
Roseanne
next?
thing where now Roseanne's saying why a whole bunch of people started hating me a couple of years ago after a really bad thing that happened where there was like 473 officers that took 70 something minutes to respond, blah, 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 all that stuff. And I said exactly the same thing Roseanne's saying. And everybody called me crazy. And we're going to find out it's true that they're vampires.
What about Kanye West? Oh, that's interesting you're talking about that because I had a theory that the whole French Revolution was actually the peasants started to find out that the aristocrats were actually doing precisely kind of doing rituals and drinking the blood of their children and abducting their children. And then they found out about it. But the history books tried to cover it up because they wanted it to stay in like a mythology kind of thing, you know? But that's an interesting premise. I don't know if you're being serious with it or not, but I think you might be onto something there.
Yeah. Who do you guys think is next, though?
I'm saying.
Wait, we're just gonna let this vampire thing walk away?
Hey,
I'm saying. Well,
maybe.
Are there parents in the world right now who are using their children for blood doping to extend their life and give them health benefits?
Absolutely.
Is that happening right now?
Is that what it's called? I thought it was
think
called
about,
blood transfusions.
It's called blood doping.
Yeah, think about Ellen DeGeneres and how she was talking about those different what was it, like lotions for people that have like blood from babies in there or whatever. It's like some kind of weird stem cells from fetuses or something in your lotion. You put it on your face.
Stem
makes it
cells,
look
yeah.
younger.
Actually,
I don't know. It might have been blood. I can't remember exactly.
No,
I
it was
watched too many
actually
conspiracy.
it was actually foreskins from
foreskins.
Yeah. And
I
facial.
wonder, are they delicious?
So the problem though is that the blood doesn't actually carry.
I'm fond of them.
Oh, okay.
Maybe in like really like prenatal babies, but like in like newborn babies and stuff, they don't have a lot of stem cells in their blood, so it wouldn't make as much sense for them to be vampires. Some people might be doing it as like one of those crazy health fads. Like I mean, people drink bleach as a health fad, so.
You can whiten your teeth pretty easy with it, but they're not going to last for much longer afterwards.
Yeah, especially since the chlorine replaces the fluorine.
And the bleach traps inside of the tooth, and then it rots it. That's why that's why George Washington and other politicians of that time frame lost all their teeth, is because they were whitening those guys' teeth for public appearances, and that it just ended up rotting their teeth out of their skulls.
Worth it.
Mm-hmm. And Washington, he didn't have wooden teeth. Those things were made out of steel, and they had springs on them and shit. They were painful. That's why he always took them out.
Ooh, they have
He'd
springs.
stuff his cheeks with cotton for paintings.
Well, if you guys ever thought about where they come up with all these different mythologies, like the Yeti, Bigfoot, dogmen, vampires, werewolves.
I forgot to set my own stream up.
You know, it's quite interesting to me because it seems like it's based on something, right? There's something there in the mythology, right? Most cultures have like a flood narrative.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean,
Any
most
thoughts on that?
like if we're starting from like the most basic, the kid stories always started out as like ways to scare kids into doing stuff, right? And some of these, at least like when I think of Bigfoot, I think of like, don't go into the woods, right? Because, you know, some kids might think like a wolf is a puppy dog or something, or like a bear isn't really that scary. But if you tell them like there's this 10-foot furry man thing that wants to tear you in half, well, then maybe it's easier for kids to understand that than animals want to. I don't know why we did that so much in the past, but we certainly tried to scare kids, is all I know.
So what you're saying is that it's some first world problems, that you've been so protected that you don't believe that horrible things can happen, that nature does some pretty diabolical things, that if you let your kids wander around in the forest, that they would get disemboweled, asshole first by a wolf or a coyote.
When did I say that? I just said that we scare kids. For that reason.
You're saying that the world's not as scary as it really is. And I would say actually, because we have first world problems, it's actually a lot more insulated and protected than it should be.
And Arbiter coming in with the $2. Yeah, it's a glitch in the Matrix. Duh.
Oh yeah, I've seen the Animatrix, but I haven't seen the Cleanup Crew yet.
It's all a Mandela effect. All of it. It's all a Mandela effect. We come from a different dimension. And we smashed Earths together, and they were like, smash, smash, smash. And then they gave birth to this Earth. And now we all live on it. And it's all Neve's fault. No, not here. Never mind. Sorry. It's all Melanie's fault.
Oh, thank you.
No, that was the Flash.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah, the Flash ran too fast, and he caused the flashpoint. And now Batman is not Bruce Wayne. He's Thomas Wayne.
I think 10th Man, to like, I guess like overall, like address your point to what I do believe, it's that we've pretty much confirmed that most of these things aren't really there, in the sense that like ghosts, for example, are way better explained by sensory deprivation, especially like way back when there was no like electrical humming or like street lights and stuff like that. And your senses were cut off from any sound, any light. And, you know, that's probably when creaks start sounding incredibly loud, and even the slightest light looks like an orb floating in the middle of the room, because you aren't using your depth perception yet, because you're in pitch black.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, you ever been in a completely silent place trying to go to sleep? Your brain starts wandering. Your mind starts making up things.
I prefer that. So, has anybody here ever seen a phenomenon? A ghost, an apparition, an alien, a UFO, anything like that ever?
No. My real question was, has anyone ever met one? Like actually like interacted with it?
I've seen a UFO.
Too many times.
Okay, so what
I've
happened?
had so much sex with ghosts and aliens.
In northern Alberta, a triangle-shaped
rocks
thing goes across the northern lights, and not all northern lights are those ribbons of colors. Instead, it was a white like sheen over the sky. And I grew up next to an Air Force base, so I've even seen the stealth bomber take off and land, and you know, so I know what aircraft
I
look
know
like.
where these stealth bombers do that in Alberta too. That's super cool, actually.
No, and this was way bigger than any airplane you've ever seen.
Sure.
It was gigantic. And it seemed like it had holes through it. It looked like the Unsolved Mysteries from the 80s. And it was triangle and had light holes and or lights coming out of the bottom of it or something like that. And, you know, I don't have an explanation for it, but I don't believe we have aliens here either. I don't believe we have aliens here either. So what do you say about that?
If I may ask, what year was it?
97, maybe 98.
Okay, so before like commercial drones and stuff like that. That's for sure.
Yes.
If you are close to a bombing range, and we do see spikes of these things around military
in Grand Prairie,
activity,
Alberta, there's nothing like that.
No, like you said, the U.S. will go up there and use parts as a bombing range, right?
No.
Oh, yeah, I can show you where.
It wasn't a normal plane. It wasn't a normal plane.
No, I'm not saying it's a plane. So I was saying that like we tend to see these things happen a lot around like military bases or military activity, and it's hard to know what they're doing. They go through a lot of prototypes that we actually don't see. A lot of it we do, just to be clear. Very few prototypes exist that we don't see, but in bulk, over all the prototypes they've made, there are still quite a few. And you know, that's still like the best explanation rather than humans are so important that aliens are trying to visit us. Here's my theory, right? Like if aliens were to go across the universe, they would have like this massively efficient but still power hungry propulsion system, because it still probably seems to be the case that you can't time travel and stuff. If they figure it out, that then everything I say does technically fall apart. But assuming that they need all this energy to get here in the first place, what's the first thing they're thinking of? Who has more energy for us? And that's where they go first.
No, but you're switching it. I was giving the aliens thing as an example because you guys are saying there's no such thing as vampires. So you kind of just almost proved my point, is that if they can have things that even the military doesn't know about, like the pill that they talked about on Rogan.
Oh, the military knows about it.
No, that they testified in front of the government. It was either Senate or Congress saying these things exist and we have no idea, top level generals, things like that. And then the actual government representatives that have the legal right to oversight for these things can't get onto the bases and stuff. They just deny them access, even though they have every legal access. And the only way to get in there would be to go in armed and take it, and they can't do that. So if they're willing to go that far, what are they protecting?
State secrets.
They're not just protecting experimental aircraft, dude. They're protecting like real evil stuff.
I mean, if you look at how valuable it is to have blueprints of an enemy's prototype before, especially if it's an effective one, before it gets into the battlefield.
What you're saying is not addressing what I'm saying. If the 4-star generals are coming to the government saying we don't even know what's going on, right? And then the government go to check it out, and no one's allowed to see it, then how can it be good?
That's shifty, but I don't know if it helps you feel better. There are like subcommittees that they make instead of like your normal citizen groups.
Yes, I watched all of it. You're pretending that you have an answer without having an answer.
Technically,
you're pretending to have an answer without having an answer.
What they would say. There's technically still oversight.
I don't even understand the question yet.
Hold on a second. Trippy, are you setting up your stream?
Yeah, that's why I've been so quiet. Sorry.
Okay, yeah, no worries. Just get that set up, and then we'll probably shut down here. Maybe maybe another 20 minutes, and then I'll just redirect them right over to you.
Oh, thank you.
Are you going to be set up by then?
Yeah, definitely. I'm almost done. I'm just setting up tags and doing all the crap.
Perfect.
Like these two were talking, and I'm thinking the whole time, I'm like, ancient Sumerian tablets would say that, aliens came down and they changed our DNA and they made us mine for gold so they could save their own atmosphere.
Sounds like a better conversation. Yeah.
Yeah, right, dude. And we could talk about Yakub if you guys want. He invented white people. And he had
on the island of Pathos. Yes.
Yeah, dude. He blew up that big ass rock and he made the Earth and the moon. And then he stuck a bunch of people in caves and he was like, when I'm dead, you get these people out of there, they'll be white.
This is great shit. Yes.
Because of their skin color. Now demons will be on Earth.
I tried talking about climate change. This guy complains, and then I talk about aliens. They can't win.
Bigfoot's an alien.
Joe, your laugh is too much.
See, I often wonder if you're pretending to not understand what he's saying, or
me
not. Yeah, like when you say that. Like, do you not understand that?
That was a joke.
Exactly what he just said is the same thing that other fellow said earlier. Is that you go into to the minutia of things without actually addressing the topic.
Oh, what Neve said. No, I'm trying to address what you said. I don't like. Sarah, do you think I was doing that? If you're there,
like when you were talking about Trippy was saying, like, was giving you crap for talking about.
No, with 10th Man, when we were having the back, and he was trying to tell me about the aliens, and I was trying to like I realized I go off.
No one's saying it's aliens. See what I mean? Like, you're not even addressing what we're talking about. So it started out with,
I missed
with
it all.
vampires.
I was talking to Phoenix. So can you give me a short, condensed version, Ted?
Yeah, we started to. One of the guys said, "What do you think about Diddy?" I mentioned the tunnels and that you didn't believe me when I told you about it 6 months ago that this was going on. And then it got into aliens.
No.
Yeah, and I was trying to explain that, like, obviously there's something real dark going on with the government and the elites that they don't want us to know.
I doubt he disagreed with that. Continue.
Okay, do you remember what? Can you just show that you actually listened to what I said, like why the government is so shady in the first place?
Let's hear yours.
because they're evil and controlled by the mafia.
Okay, so I don't think you listened because I just tried to point out, right? Like they cover up a lot of this stuff because they're worried like there's will be like Russian spies and stuff who legitimately want blueprints for prototypes and stuff because that can be a game changer on the battlefield.
No one would disagree with that. The Enigma, once we found out what that was, we were able to get in there and tear up all their subs and intercept their shit and keep it quiet once we got the blueprints. No one can argue with what he's saying.
So to me, there always does seem to be at least a more reasonable explanation. Whether or not we should take that with a grain of salt, like I agree with you, we should. That it is pretty shady. And when it comes to like war crimes that they're doing around the world, like what can they cover up with that? So, but I think maybe we're concerned about different things.
Well, I didn't hear aliens in your stuff at all yet.
I know. Well, just because I don't think there are aliens.
Oh, I think that's where you guys disagreed. And Tampa's trying to say that they probably do cover up aliens, and you're saying they are better.
No, I don't think there are aliens. I think that that's all a distraction.
Okay.
And because what Roseanne said is true, is that they're vampires, and they literally are vampires. Like, I don't mean like Buffy the Vampire, not Buffy the Vampire Slayer, right? Or Salem's Lot. But
I'm smoking a
Like,
lot.
there's no
of
doubt
doping.
that the rich people do weird fads, and there's often no like real basis in health for it. But like, if they think that they're just doing like a blood transfusion, the same as like getting a blood.
No, there is a basis in health. It's a well-known thing that
Well,
if you get
stem cells, but they're
young
not
blood
stem cells.
injected into you, right? That's what Lance Armstrong got in trouble for, was blood doping.
I think it was oxygenated blood, not young people's blood.
Yeah.
No, he was taking his blood before the race and then giving it back to
That wouldn't
himself
even work.
before the
Stem cells-
race, so they had extra blood in his system. It's called blood doping.
Yeah, I think it was taking it out, putting oxygen into it and sticking it back in. And it has nothing to do with young people anyway, which is what you were just talking about.
I'm going beyond that. I'm saying that that's where the tens of thousands of children are going missing every year. I think that they're just sucking them dry.
I dig it, adrenochrome. I dig it.
Adrenochrome is definitely not useful for anything.
Well, that would explain why Tom Brady is actually going Benjamin Button himself back to being more youthful, right?
Right.
Right.
It didn't work for it didn't work for Madonna at all. She's still the same.
Yeah, I mean, like if I could sell the rich some snake oil, like I'm not big on the rich. I don't mind
dig
selling
it.
snake oil.
But I would
Sell an Eskimo ice.
Yeah, I don't know that they have any fountain of youth, because I look at these old fucks who everybody talking about taking this adrenochrome. They look like they about to die tomorrow. So I don't see how it's working either.
You know what the trick is?
Ozempic.
Don't. Sorry, I'll let you go, Trippy.
No, I was just gonna say, don't forget about Ozempic too, and Ozempic face.
Yeah, but like,
Let me just allow me to voice confirm. Imperious, is that you?
Yeah, you know the fuck this is.
Well, you're not gonna talk to me like that, but I gotta make sure it's not somebody else
Beat 'em
trying
up.
to be you.
There is no one other than me. Yes, it's me.
He's coming in here horny tonight.
Oh.
Good evening. Good evening. Some of you I've had the pleasure of meeting before. Some of you I haven't. To anyone who I haven't, fuck you all. I don't care about you. Now, the whole thing was nonsense. Like, I don't understand the entire focus of the debate. They're both cucks, just in different ways.
Well, we're far beyond that conversation.
Yeah,
but,
what debate and all of that.
I can see some
Yeah, you gotta
overlap
hit that
between
little
aliens
part
and cuckoldry.
on the left side of the video. There's a thing that says live, and then you click.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Yeah, the thing is, don't put an advertisement that says that's the topic of the show, and then redirect it afterwards.
Oh, hold the fuck up. Hold up. Number one, we had the debate. I hosted it tonight. We had the whole thing. It was done really, really fast. I think they were in and out in 30 minutes. And so we made
Like
the
most men.
executive decision to...
Yeah, because they're both cucks.
Would you shut the fuck up and listen? What is my number one rule for this panel? Could anybody...
Sarah, I've talked to you before. I don't give a shit about your rules.
All right. Well, listen, let's do this so I can get some quiet time. They had the debate, and so we decided to go into open panel and have a discussion. We've been all over the place on topics. I don't feel the need to go backwards on topics, but if we can,
it's called being a good panelist. A good panelist comes on and stays on topic or knows the direction of what happened and so on and so forth. And this is the direction. So.
Yes. So you're talking about nonsense, in other words.
We are the panel is having the conversation that they choose to have. It's their panel.
This is like a panel of glory holes. What are you talking about?
That's okay. I'm okay with it.
Absolutely.
Wait, is this guy like some kind of? Is this guy some kind of edge lord? Is he trying to?
I don't know.
Kind of feels like an internet cool guy.
See, this is why I don't mind when people criticize me, because I'll never be as bad as people like Imperius. So
yeah, probably not.
Yeah, I'm the angel of death on YouTube. And like I said, I ended Andrew's career a couple days ago. All Undead Idiot had to do was use the structure that I put out on Joe Mobley, and he could have crushed Andrew on Steam. It's very easy. I would have done it myself, but Andrew's homo mod.
Stop it. Now, I made a rule, and I know not everybody was here, but I made a rule at the very beginning when I just decided to open the panel up after the debate, which I normally wouldn't do. I said, we're not going to come on here and just trash talk either of the panelists. That's not the point. We can come on and have the actual discussion of the topic, but we're not going to just come on and trash talk anybody. So, Imperius, I'm kicking you out for the rest of the night. You go find somewhere else where you can complain about people and do your own little thing over there. But I already laid this rule down at the very beginning. I'm not sure if everybody was here, but that's poor panelist manners. You don't just show up, A, being off topic, B, down talking the host, and C, going against the rules that she already put out there earlier if you were actually fucking watching. Yeah, you don't just get to tune in and be like, oh, I'm going to add something stupid to this. Yeah, we're not going to play that game.
I was kind of... Yeah, that was his intent. I was about to say that is totally why he hopped up here, to be edgy and entertain, and I'm that like a diva bullshit.
Well, Joe, I don't know about you, but I was super impressed. I really want to sub to that Spurg's freaking channel right now.
Oh yeah, please put his channel link up there.
I was trying to say, that was his first fucking mistake, is thinking that people know who the hell you are. You can't say, "Oh, this guy should have followed my rule set for this."
I think his channel
I never watched you.
I think his channel is meatspin.com, something like that.
Oh yeah, I think you're right. Or you just Google Blue Waffle. Just Google that.
I think he's mad because of the same reason I am, because we're not talking about why this panel host is so pretty.
We do that often.
Oh. I was about to say thank you, but I'm not the host.
No simping. No simping allowed. I really have like no patience for people coming on to my panel, right? And acting like there's something special, and they could just come onto my panel and just spit shit all over the place. Now, Resto,
then I'll just leave.
Not you, 10th man. Resto and Grid obviously had some beef, and like they had to get it out, whatever. We worked through it, but everybody ended up being respectful to me when I said, shut the fuck up. Yeah. But to come on, tell me what the fuck I'm going to talk about on my show, and then tell me to shut up, and then interrupt me and all, like, I'm just not going to do it. I don't care. Like, what do I have to lose? A show? Okay, darn. I don't think anybody's going to be like, I'm unsubscribing to Sarah because she yelled at him Paris.
Listen, I don't even know any of you guys. I don't know you guys, but the person that has the fox icon, not my favorite person in the world, but I love them now after meeting that guy.
Yeah, there you go. And my 2 cents, I thought you did it perfect timing. You spoke up immediately when he said you handled it well, and I like to let people do what they on, experience their own shit without my input. But since you're asking and kind of sort of, I thought you handled it perfectly. You jumped in and just interrupted him at the hold on, wait a minute, perfect timing. I thought.
Oh, well, thank you. I just don't have the tolerance level anymore. Like, I used to tolerate a lot more. I was always afraid I would, not necessarily hurt somebody's feelings, but I would lose viewers,
offend motherfuckers and shit. Yeah.
Like I was afraid of what I would do, or being a bitch, and they'd coin me as like, oh, she's a feminist. They'll fucking call me one anyways.
Yeah,
know,
this is true.
oh,
Yeah.
she yelled at somebody. It's okay. So the fuck what? You all are a bunch of whiny little bitches on the internet.
Go wash
going
your
around.
vagina, sir.
Like, that's all you guys do. Well, not you. It's the understood you, right? But that's all you guys do is you go around, you run from panel to panel, bitching and complaining about other people. They said this, they said that. Wah, wah, wah. I don't fucking care.
Endlessly,
I
endlessly,
don't
motherfuckers can
fucking
do that.
care. You know
Yes.
how much shit people talk about me? You know how many chats I have to sit there and watch while I'm on somebody else's panel talking shit? And I'm not crying, and I'm the fucking girl in this aspect. And you guys
Right.
are a bunch of grown-ass fucking men mad that another man talked about you, or mad that another man went and hung out with this other guy and they said they wouldn't, or you guys were in that person's chat while I was live. How fucking it? Why did it fucking all the way home? You're
And then that's
nothing
how
but a
domestic
bunch
abuse
of
happens, because
bitches.
imagine how angry they
I
would
would-
get.
I would say.
Imagine how angry those
Right.
people would be if they knew the people closest to them thought way worse of them than that.
Right?
You do realize he won, right? Because now for the last 10 minutes we're talking.
No,
about
I'm going off about all of
Yeah,
the
she's
YouTube
moved it, I think,
babies.
in a good
I'm
direction.
not even talking about him. Like, I'm
Yeah.
talking about a
Yeah.
general, like, abstract concept of like how YouTubers interact, and then they actually act like people fucking care. Like, we fucking
Yeah.
care about your feelings.
Wait, you
we care
don't?
that you're a little bitch. We care that you're whining. Nobody fucking cares. All we're doing is laughing at you being a little goddamn bitch on a screen in front of thousands of people.
I think I found myself on the whatever show by mistake. Hold on, let me check and see what the fuck I'm
There you go.
I'm just so tired of it. Like, the Resto and Grid, like, this is not the first time we've seen this shit. And that's why I'm like, are we sure we want to talk about this? We can't just pretend the other one doesn't exist. Like, why do you give each other that much credibility? Why do you
I
validate
understand.
it? Why do you
Yes.
validate any of it? You validate it by acknowledging it. Guess what? You're all fucking dead to
What
me.
is the Streisand effect? The more you're trying to kill it, the more you're blowing it up and making yourself look bad.
Yes. You make it look
Yeah.
bigger. Yeah, nobody would even know. Nobody would even
Yes.
fucking know that.
Yeah,
that
to
was
sit
even
there for
happening.
5
That
minutes
you were
and
so
explain
fucking
my
sensitive.
my last name is a specific name and go on, but don't you talk about me because you're putting me in danger. But I'm going to talk about it and allude to it in very specific man. Like, I didn't even know who this person was, and then all of a sudden I'm like, well, what's the name? And then maybe you're looking in chat for it, and it just on and on and on and on. You feed the bears, they're going to keep coming back.
Yeah, years ago, I was in a random YouTube chat. Right, this is guy. I don't think he streams anymore. Ear Juice, and somebody in his chat, they put my full first, middle, last, my full address, my state, everything. The only thing they didn't have in there was like my zip code and my my area code and my phone number.
Mm-hmm.
And I just went to the host. I was like, "Yo, could you wrench me right quick?" Thanks, bud. I let him know what was going on. He's like, "Yeah, that dude's been picking people in the chat and just putting their address and shit in there."
I used to get that
don't
8-10
make a big
times a
deal out of
day.
it. Yeah, dude. Anytime you're doxxed on YouTube, just don't make a big deal out of it. Kind of move on with your day, and you broke everything that they've got for you. Like, just go ahead. They want the reaction.
Yeah,
I told you.
100%. 100%.
And
I
when
can't
you-
say nothing because I agree with you. I can't say a
And
word.
when you take like, remove the emotions, okay?
Yeah.
Remove your fucking emotions from the conversation, and you'll realize you don't give a fuck about any of it. And Arbiter coming in with the $2. Come across a random man or random furry. Thank you, Arbiter. We appreciate
It really does suck though for some people. Like I used to talk to Aiden Paladin a lot. I don't know if you guys know Aiden, but she got in some serious shit because she was talking about like okay, that thing that happened with that guy that was an artist in Germany, a failed artist. You know what I'm talking? You know what I'm saying? And she said she was like, the number of people who supposedly died wasn't as high as we say, and they reported her to the college that she worked for and got her like fired.
Yeah.
As, like a student assistant, and she had like this grant and stuff, and they got that taken away, and it was
What
all
do you
because they
think
didn't
about
like
that?
her.
What do you think about that? Well, assuming all the other personal shit, she is saying something. We'll move it a little bit. The Holocaust. Not that many of them died. What do you think of that?
No, see,
I
that
thought
was
I
the thing that
was.
got
I
her in
didn't say the J word. I
That's why I
chose that
didn't
one.
either.
I could do better.
Yeah. That's why I didn't either. But that's the topic that she was talking about. She got shit for it. People reported her to the school, got her fired, and basically ruined her life. And then they put out a real name to everybody. And it's like, well, you want to ruin somebody's life? Oh man!
So that's exactly what happened. And you think what about it?
She's back on YouTube again, so she's all right. At least.
What do you come down? What do you come down on it, Trippy? What do you come down on it? That it was extreme.
On acting like that to get somebody screwed over, of course.
Yeah.
Like, see, the only time that I kind of feel like the only time that internet drama should leave internet and like maybe involve somebody's real life is if they're doing something insanely legal. Like if you got proof they're a murderer or that P word. You know?
Yeah.
Like then okay, report their ass, get them notified or get the cops notified, whatever. But don't take it into your YouTube ass hands.
Yeah, usually you ain't got to YouTube something if it's illegal like that. You can take it to the cops, right? Yeah.
Yeah, just take it to the cops quietly. You don't have to make YouTube streams about it. You don't have to act like you're the hunter.
Yeah, and the hero.
Yeah.
I think people sit at home and they feel better if they can talk about other people's shortcoming. Somehow they feel like I'm better than this guy, and that's a full day for them. And that's insane.
I can be your hero, baby.
Like I got redoxed while I was in a coma. Like, tell me that was fun. I did.
How does that happen?
Well, because certain people don't like me.
Crazy.
Yeah, for 3 days. It was
There's a
medically
lot of
induced.
things that don't belong on YouTube, and two of them are doxing and personal family members, you know, like kids, spouses who aren't online as well, and things like that. Now, and I kind of touched on this tonight at the very beginning. I said, when I was saying like personal family members are off limits completely, i.e. the children. But I did say Rachel would be on the table still since she is a public figure. She does put her name out there. Like she is still on the table as far as I'm concerned, because she's not an innocent party. If she had no online presence whatsoever, maybe she was just in the chat or something like that. Totally different ball game. I think she would be off limits. But like stay out of, like it's the rules of engagement for YouTube. No doxing and leave the fucking family alone.
Yeah, it's like the unwritten rule. We need like a tablet. We can.
No, you can't. It's the emotional shit Sarah was talking about, though. These rules will never work because when a motherfucker get emotional, they go outside, lose logic, and you can't talk to them again until they come back.
Yeah.
So the rules
escalate because they're emotionally like too bothered by it that they can't come down. Like they can't reason.
Right. While they're in that state.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And it's like I've been bothered as shit by stuff that people have done to me on the internet. I don't make a big deal out of it.
Do you think it's
all of the
horny?
rules? You know it's not logical. The more you talk about it, the more you blow it up. You know you're smart, but
well, thank you.
Is it because of what the other person said earlier? Is because they're horny and they don't think right?
I'm rolling with that. I'm rolling with that idea. He was just horny and couldn't think right.
Or his underwear was too tight.
Maybe.
I don't even know who was in the debate earlier. Who was in the debate? And what was the debate about?
No, we're just talking about in general, people that come up here and spurge out like that and they're all angry. Is it because they're too horny and they just can't control themselves?
Yeah, it's like go drop by one of those websites we all know about.
If you're getting laid regularly, it's pretty hard to be up here criticizing other people and putting people down as your life mission.
Yeah.
Or to have
Not
time
only
for
that, if you're touching grass, like we had this conversation the other night on my panel, we talked about walking away from, if you're a content creator, having the ability to walk away, take breaks, regular breaks, touch grass, so on and so forth. And I think when people get too sucked in, it just now this becomes your reality. My perception is my reality, right? It's not healthy at all. So then your life evolved. Like me, I close the screen, turn the camera off, I go upstairs, and I'm done. Now I'm still involved with putting stuff together, and there are a few shows that I go and I watch or jump on panel every now and then. But outside of that, like I'm out. I don't live here. I don't even have notifications turned on because I don't give a fuck.
Yes. That's the only healthy way. I see you guys, and I won't even remember this shit because as soon as I walk out and go do something else, I'm going with somebody, helping my buddy do this, fixing the gate, or we got to run do this shit. I got other shit. I don't have to be preoccupied.
I forgot that this panel existed until I saw it show. I clicked on my subscriptions, and I must have subscribed when I was on here before. I forgot any of this even existed.
I probably told you about it.
Yeah, you did a long, long time ago. And then I came up here, and then until I saw her pretty face, and then I was like, "Oh, that was that panel I was on a long time ago."
Yeah.
And
see,
then
I told him you were smart, Sarah. He forgot. If I told him you were pretty, he'd have been here a long fucking time ago.
That's fair. Trippy, you want to go get started, and then I'll
that's
send
what I'm
people
doing.
over here. Sure, I'll let everybody.
Because us pretty people
set up.
Hold on, Temp.
ready to
Do you
go.
want to do
Sorry.
any final thoughts to you, Trippy?
Final thoughts. The internet is for. Oh no, I can't say that.
Hmm.
You guys know that song? Avenue Q. Look it up.
Yes,
is a good panel,
yes, are
and,
you saying yes? You know the song. Look like you were not. Yes.
I know the song.
Yeah, it's a gamer. It's kind of a gamer song.
Avenue Q? Isn't that like a R-rated Muppet puppet
Yes.
show? Or like, yeah, they
it's
did
just
like
basically- Yep.
Yeah, a friend of mine out in Australia actually got to sing that song on stage with Avenue Q at some point.
oh wow.
But yeah, it was a fun panel. I didn't get to see the debate because I was way, way too late.
All right.
But, I came in here, talked about aliens, Sumerians. It was good.
So my statement would be this.
Hold on.
Hold on.
He's saying his goodbyes.
Yeah. I'm going to go live over at my channel. I'm going to try to figure out who's next after P. Diddy. And, I hope it's not me. I hope it's not a YouTuber.
It's Jay-Z. It's Jay-Z.
Like, what if it's PewDiePie?
Oh.
Yeah, he'd be hiding some shit. You're like, this is how I got my wife pregnant, and there's videos everywhere, and you're like, oh my god, I didn't want to see that. Put that away. But yeah, I'm gonna get out of here. Y'all have a good rest of the stream.
All right,
And
Trippy.
yeah. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely.
Where's the
We'll
button?
all be over there in a little bit. I'll remove you.
Oh, I got it.
Yeah, Trippy's gonna get started here in just a few minutes, and I'll send everybody over. You guys can go play over there. About his topic tonight is did he do it? So yes, nice little. Don't forget your oil.
Hope you remember your thoughts. Yes.
Yeah. No. So in regards to thank you, Joe. In regards to content creators, and I'm more interested in trying to build something, even if I disagree with the person. I try to build a rapport with them if possible. But
You
I
are
think
the worst at building rapport with anyone.
No, he's
Very well
excellent at building. He might not be great at keeping them or something, but he is excellent at greeting and building rapport with everybody. Better than most.
I think, in all fairness, when I start to realize that I'm just dealing with a fucking a effing Riri, then I disengage from them. I have no problem burning that bridge.
I assume that through the gate, it's much more better for you. It's healthier. I just assume through the gate, and if I get something more pleasant, I'm thrilled. But I'm not disappointed ever.
Yeah. So for me, in my situation, is that there's some people that want to build, and there's some people that just want to destroy. And it doesn't
Agreed.
matter how much you try to stack up blocks. There's always some rat kid that wants to come and smack them down.
Yeah,
and then
agreed.
that kid usually gets punched in the face in kindergarten, and he'll get punched in the face as an adult. And
We all like to see the bully get his due. I think we're all on board with that part.
And then lies and said that you started it. Yeah, I know.
Well, yeah, there's that. They call them cry bullies. But anyway,
Both them niggas gay. If they talking about who hit who first, I don't want to hear it. I don't have no patience for it. I'm with Sarah. You're both women. Stop it. He hit me first. He called me a name first. I got no patience for that shit.
You know my rule, Joe. If you come within arm's length, your life is forfeit.
This is your rule. This is famous for it. I will go after your grandchildren's grandchildren. This is, you guys don't know that phrase, but this is the guy, which is great. He used to rage like no other.
All I have to say to sign off is us pretty people are the real minorities, and we have to stick together.
You know what's so funny is I went out Friday night and I was with a friend and I looked around and I told him, I was like, is it just me or are there like a bunch of ugly people in here tonight?
Just saying, we're the minority. They're going to come for us eventually. They're going to come for us.
I swear it was like ugly
remember
people
the-
night. It was ugly people night at the bar.
Do you remember the
and-
Twilight Zone episode? You remember the Twilight Zone episode where they're all pigs?
I want to go to the ugly bar. I want to go there now.
I'm telling you, they were ugly as fuck.
But do you ever see the Twilight Zone episode where there was the really pretty lady and she had to get plastic surgery because they all looked like pigs, and so they had to make her look like a pig? That's what us pretty people are looking into in the future. They're going to come for us and make us ugly so that they don't feel bad about themselves.
That's not what they do with normalizing all of this bad behavior. That's
what they did to Madonna. That's
so
what they did to Madonna.
Bad about themselves.
Wow.
That was a cold transition. Nobody caught that. They normalize ugly so they feel better about themselves. That's, they tell you it's okay to sleep with who you want. That way they would feel better. Whoever they are.
Yeah, the ugly people.
Yeah, those cats.
Yes.
I don't know. I just think that they travel in packs.
I gotta go to that bar now. I got to. It's worth it to me.
It's not
I travel
normal.
a lot.
Well, I normally wouldn't go there on a Friday night, but it was kind of like on a whim. And so we went in there, and it like Saturday nights, it's usually like nothing but sexy, hot people. But I guess Friday night is like freshman squad or something, but it was not pretty. Like
anybody else ever experienced that? I'm even trying to bring it to
that's the way it is. No, it's
a restaurant, anything.
All the ugly people
they were
just got paid. They all just got paid, so they come there and they try to spend money to get somewhat not as ugly people to sleep with them, and then they're all poor by Saturday, and then that's when the good-looking people go out.
I was wondering why Friday was in effect.
That's possible. That's possible. Angry Snowman, I'm going to bring you on, but we are doing actually our closing thoughts here in just a minute.
What up, old Joe?
But
well,
no,
I came up at the wrong time.
Yeah, we're getting ready to shut it. We've been going for almost 4 hours.
Yeah,
I didn't know. I actually saw you were live and was catching up on the debate part of it.
Oh, yeah. It was short. The debate was short.
What was the topic of the debate?
Cuckoldry.
Yes, stepdads are cuckolds.
Whether or not Andrew Wilson was a cuck or not.
Boy, that would have been. No one seems to like that dude, man. I'm assuming that he would have lost tremendously. No one seems to like fucking Andrew on any of these panels I go on.
It was pretty wild, dude. When I saw it that you were live and it was Andrew and Undead Chronic, I was like, damn, this should be good.
That's what I thought.
I was expecting at least one of them to spurg out
some blood,
right?
Oh, they did.
They spurred.
No, dude.
Yes,
dude. It was more like they rekindled a bromance.
We ended up having the Spurg session later with other people, so we got what we paid for. Nobody asked for a refund after that.
There's really nothing to even review over that.
It was nothing. It was like they came on, they had a conversation, like, all right, and that's why I was like, you guys want to have a beer or something? Like, oh Lord, Simon, same to you. We're getting ready to shut down. I'm not getting into any more arguments tonight.
That dude's laugh is crazy, man. Like, he's like,
it's still cool.
What the fuck?
Yeah, Joe does have the ugliest laugh.
Jesus Christ.
Joe is always high, so Joe doesn't care.
No high laugh.
Wait, I'm always high too. That's no excuse.
You gotta trademark that shit.
Yeah. I'm all right with it, man.
How you doing, Sarah?
It was a bunch of shitty bullies like you when I was a kid, but I am strong now.
What? That ain't no strong laugh, bro. I don't know how old you are. That's wild. I know, like, your children might be like, oh, I don't know. I got a crazy laugh myself.
Imperious up here tonight too. Is that the first time he's been up here?
I think he's been up here before.
And you let him back up twice?
Someone's phone's ringing.
Well, it was very short lived. If you hadn't seen,
I think that's holiday music.
Ice lollipop.
Do you go to the bars on Saturday or Friday?
He's a 10th like me. I got to see the ugly people.
Jesus.
That's like I felt like I went into like a strip club on a Tuesday afternoon. You know, it's like where's the varsity squad at? Like,
Oh, you just mentioned strip club. I'm going to tell you a story real quick. One time I'd never been to this strip club. I'd only been to strip clubs in like northern Canada, and went with a dude I used to know from when I was younger. We went to the strip club. It's no longer there, but we left about probably a beer and a half into it because the ladies didn't have any teeth. Like, I mean, a couple.
I love toothless
like
ladies.
It was weird.
They removed me from this chat. This talking about like ladies with no teeth in the strip club.
You ain't never been gummed on before?
We don't
Not
really
yet.
give him a whole lot of thought process. Don't worry about him talking.
Wait, if you're American, are you American?
Who?
Whoever was talking about the stripper story.
No, I'm not
Canadian,
but I'm close.
Oh, I was gonna say because
Canadian
that'd be
is
like
aren't
some
close.
Twins Peaks shit. Like I only go to strip clubs in northern Canada.
Strip clubs in America are pretty awesome.
Yes.
You just got to find the right one, man.
This is true. If you see stretch marks and C-section marks and shit, just probably go to a different strip club.
Yeah, I've been to some where they had pregnant women up there on fucking
Pregnant women,
yeah, up there on
gunshots,
Alley, dude.
right? Bullet holes. Yes, I've been there.
They got to feed their kids. So
I just wonder how they give lap dances. Does the guy have to pay double since it's technically two people?
Oh,
That's a good question.
Oh wow, Simon wants up back again.
No. No, he's lucky I even acknowledge his existence on this show.
Who's that?
a lot of people feel that way.
Simon. Yeah. He just like always wants he wants everybody's attention on every single
Yeah.
panel. So he starts shit that has nothing to do with any of what anybody he just starts talking shit like are you referring to me, and everyone's like, we're not even
Right,
talking.
right.
Like,
A regular conversation or a conversation that's not about him is not even allowed to continue as long as he is up here. He's gonna pull it back to someone offended me or someone's a piece of shit.
yeah. And it's like nobody even understands where he comes like how did you even like get to that? Like how
Dude, he
how
uses English. That's all you need to know.
yeah, he's very self-centered, self-absorbed, selfish, conceited.
I think he lives right on the border of England and wherever the fucking French live in France.
England and Tard.
Because dude, the only other people that are that arrogant are the French and the fucking Polish.
Yeah. But even at that, I just like I'll let him come on the panel because I know he's gonna be booted very quickly. So it's
It'll be
just,
short lived.
yeah. Like I don't even allow like there's no warning. It's just up bye. Just like Carrie. Carrie gets the same treatment because I have very low tolerance for Carrie as well. You know, he comes on and he starts spurging and he talks about fucky fuck, and then you're like, shut up, Carrie. Like you're ruining the conversation, and then you just boot him. Just boot. Just say bye, and they come back. They still come back. They're not even.
That personality that comes up here and must be the center of attention at all times. Of course, they must come back. They need that fix, even if it ain't a big dose. They need some. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know about you, but it really bothers me when I have to kick someone off the panel because I don't like doing the shit.
I have no issue.
Me too.
doing it. Not anymore, at least. Like I don't even give a fuck now. People pay me to kick them off, and I'm like, yep, okay, no problem.
Well, when you're getting paid, that's a different story. You know, that's part of the contractual agreement that we have with each other. But when someone pisses me off to the point to where I choose that I have to drop them, that bothers me because I really like to have a platform where people can speak freely.
Sarah, I'm gonna make your life a little easier. I'm about to cut out my final thoughts. My final thoughts are I hate that I missed the debates, and I wish I would have seen more of 10th and Eve, and they got their opportunity. I predict one day it's something spectacular will happen between those two. I'm telling you, bro. All right, later.
Later, Joe.
Bye, Joe. Yeah, I think it's more along the lines of basically like people that I have respect for, people that can come on and have a conversation. Yeah, no, I'm not just going to boot them, just because I'm mad at them or something. That's not my game. And I don't get mad at people. I just don't give a fuck. But I think like for people who come on and are like a waste of space in terms of the conversation or like destroying a panel seat, that we could have had somebody else, especially when you have a, like a backstage that's full and waiting to get on here. And then somebody comes on and they're just wasting a spot over stuff that has nothing to do with the topic. I have no issue. It's like, bye. I just don't care. That plenty of people want to get on the show. Plenty of people want to come up and have something to say. So I like, if you're going to be on here and just be stupid, then we leave it, it is what it is.
Yeah. Some people are only good at taking up space, it seems.
Yeah, exactly. But
well, I'm gonna get off here. I'll talk to you later, Sarah.
Yeah. Any final thoughts from you, Snowman?
No, other than I've just found out tonight that we're all cucks.
We're all cucks.
So everybody, may the, I don't even know, dude, just enjoy being cucked, I guess.
We all got cucked.
I think Undead Chronic and Andrew planned to cuck us all.
Didn't it feel that way? I was like that. Like
I feel like we were. It was false advertising on that debate.
Mm-hmm. Well, and like I'm thankful I had the clips of them kind of talking shit about it, because if not, I would have been like, why? Like people would have been like, why the hell did you set this up? Like the trailer at least shows like the true.
Right.
They really had a problem.
We're all cucks, and Andrew and Undead just cucked us all.
They had some fun, didn't they?
Yeah.
They're probably high-fiving right now, like switching, having a beer or whatever.
Drinking some cheap brandy somewhere.
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
All right. Take it easy, man.
Yeah, we'll see you next round.
Yep.
Bye. Melanie. How are you?
Hi, sorry, I was muted there for a sec.
You made it to the end.
Oh yeah, no, I was here for the whole thing. I waiting for Princess to finally go live so we can stream together, but people say they'll be live in an hour, and it's I think they mean something else, but you never quite know at that point. It's like, well, I'm streaming at some point tonight at least. That's all I know. So
I've learned that content creators, some, not all, but some can be the most unreliable, unresponsive, like just it's so difficult working with people who don't have schedules and aren't schedule oriented and organized people.
I'm probably that way actually. So sorry.
Yeah.
I'm like that.
Oh my goodness. It's so hard because especially with, obviously getting people to respond to messages, if I'm setting something up or things like that, it gets difficult sometimes, but like we have a naughty list for a reason of people who show up late or like, drop
Ooh, is it public?
No, we should make it public though.
Yeah.
That would be fun. Who's on the naughty list, the tomato naughty list? But yeah, I think that, we developed that list because we didn't want to lose track of who's on, we're getting to a point, like we have a long list of panelists we go through when we think about putting together a debate, or a show of any sort. And, if like we didn't want to ever lose track or not remember like, oh, they didn't show up or they kind of called out last minute, or things like that. We do have forgiveness for certain things, if they let us know, hey, such and such, this happened, whatever, we're like, hey, no big deal. Take care of you, no issues there. But when they just don't show up or they just randomly message me like an hour beforehand, hey, I can't make it tonight and leave it at that. It's like, huh, like you didn't even apologize, like nothing, So yeah,
I worry I like over apologize, and then people are like, oh, this person is just like annoying or like cares too much.
I'm okay with at least, an apology like, hey, I'm really sorry. I don't want to have to do this, but I absolutely can't make it tonight. Something happened and I have to tend to it. But if you just say, hey, I can't make it tonight, as if like it means nothing, like I have to go find a replacement, So that's why we try to have keep a backup on either side of the discussion so that we don't have to find a replacement. We already have one.
A lot of these people have not hosted their own panels.
Or had specifically timed events, like Mod Monday is very specifically timed to, for certain reasons. But it's very specific how it operates. And if people can't operate under that function, then I'm not going to, I'm not going to panel you. Now we have open panel or hot seat. We have anybody that's on the naughty list can join the hot seat anytime. Or open panels, but we'll never schedule you and premiere you,
Right.
So yeah, this makes a difference. Anyways.
Well, I think you're doing a good job, and it sucks when people just make your job harder. So
yeah,
that's all I can say to that. To wrap up the, and I'm memeing when I say this, by the way, to wrap up the cuckoldry debate, because we need a bit of levity. I'm just going to point out, if we are looking at the birds and their mating styles and how the cuckolds do their little brood parasitism where they get eggs from someone else and all that. Okay, yeah, let's do it. Let's start looking at other animals too, because if you never noticed, you only need one rooster for all the chickens that lay the eggs, right? So I'm just saying, men, you better start showing your worth, because us women are going to start realizing we only need one of you for a whole lot of us.
That's a really, really good thought. I never thought of it like that. There could be plenty of us, doesn't matter, but if there's only one of you, we can still populate all we need to, and we can have the option to choose the best one.
I'm just saying, it might be good to go into the kitchen sometimes, men. Might be good. Anyways, have a great night. Thank you so much for letting me on.
Absolutely.
I have people trying to cancel me, but I'm sure that you're reasonable enough to see past the bullshit, and I appreciate that.
Oh, I don't. I mean, it is what it is. People like other people. People don't like other people. But that's what my platform allows, is the ability to all of the people to come to one screen and still get along as best as they can, whether people like you or not.
Well, I promise at the end of the day, I'll try to make your job harder, not more difficult. Although I do like to talk a lot, so don't get in the way of that.
That's fair.
Just kidding.
That's fair.
Have a good night.
You too, Mel. We'll see you around. Oh, wow. What a fun evening. It turned out completely. Let's slow it down. Are we ready to slow it down? And then I'm going to send you guys over to Trippy Cast, and you're going to go have some fun over there. All right. So we started with the anticipation that this debate was going to get more heated, and the talking points were going to be all over the place. We thought it was just going to be a yelling match of some sort. That's what a lot of people built that up to be. That's what I kind of thought it was going to be. I was like, man, this is going to be a hard one. How am I going to navigate this properly? How do I ref it if they're just both doing this or that or whatever? It's just kind of like a lot of, with these two types of personalities, they're very big personalities. And it didn't happen that way. And I'm thankful it didn't happen that way, because, sometimes you just kind of hoping and praying, please just let this all work out. And it did. It was the fastest debate that I've ever seen. I'm willing to say it was the fastest debate on the internet, hands down. They had their points of contention. We even went through a whole cucketry flow chart. I can't believe they actually sat and went through the scaling of cuckold. Somebody needs to put that into a flow chart. I would like a full visualization, please. This will be great. But overall, I'm glad that they had their moment together. They had their time to elaborate, and they found so many other points that they actually agreed on. And that's kind of an even better point to this. So, ladies and gentlemen, let that be the example of how two men have a conversation and get through
what we would consider to be an argument civilly. It was a great example. All right. You lean in on the things you do agree on, and then you can discuss the things you don't agree on peacefully. But this show is always having some type of crazy on it. So we were not failed. Nobody gets a refund because Grid 1 and Resto Chesto, of course, went toe to toe on some drama that nobody actually gives a fuck about. We talked about aliens. We talked about global warming. We talked about, I don't know, all sorts of stupid stuff. But it was good. I'm glad. We had an earlier show this evening, so I apologize to those who are normally my night owls hanging out, because this is about the time we'd actually get started. But now I can actually go take a nice hot bath, and I can get to bed on time. And then we'll see you back here tomorrow night for Mod Monday. The topic is going to be about conspiracy theories and whether they are doing harm to society or not. Or are the conspiracy theorists causing more issues? Or is it just plain fun? My camera wants to keep going in and out. Anyways, thank you for everybody who showed up, dropped by. Thank you to our wrenches this evening, especially for, earlier making sure that we were modding with heavy hammers during the debate, just because we wanted to make sure certain things were not done in at least our chat. So thank you for all of those who showed up for it. I appreciate you. And thank you for all of the panelists for coming on tonight. This was, we wouldn't have been doing this, but I'm glad we changed our mind and decided to do one. We had a really great conversation, interesting all around, and I'm thankful. Anyways, without further ado, I'm going to send all of you over to TribuCast. He's celebrating his birthday still. I believe it was over the weekend that he kicked this off. So I would love for everybody to go over there and throw some tomatoes in the chat, and we can have a nice tomato birthday celebration for TribuCast. Anyways, outside of that, I hope you guys have a wonderful evening. I hope your weekends were chill, and we'll see you back here tomorrow night at 8:30 p.m. EST. All right. Bye-bye.
A long time ago, in a YouTube world full of keyboard warriors, many monsters and trolls lurked in the chat rooms. They thrived on arguments amongst each other until one day, a heroine rose from the ashes. She was made from the tears of beta bitches and the sweat of alpha male gym guys. Throughout the centuries, this keyboard warrior princess showed up in many forms. She slayed many demons along the way. By the light of the moon, she led the simp army into battle. Wielding her sword, she fought through the dark forests. With each new era, the monsters evolved. The keyboard warrior princess grew stronger, with new skills to bring them down. The world around her advanced, but so did she. Her heroism became known to society as technology advanced, and with each new generation, she had to learn how to blend in to keep her identity hidden. Now known as the Raging Tomato, this keyboard warrior princess fights for justice in every debate. She fights for freedom, for moderator bias, and she fights for your ability to battle on an open panel for your beliefs. She protects the simp troopers from destruction. She fights to create peace among troll wars. She storms the battle zones without hesitation and leaves the battleground with her pockets full of souls. Are you ready to battle your fellow trolls? Are you ready for a moderator to give you time to talk? Are you ready for justice, peace, and a fair fight? Tune in every Monday night to watch your friends duke out their issues. or join the open panel so that you can fight the good fight and find resolution with your peers.